A primeira etapa internacional da Porsche Cup Brasil em 2024 teve bastante luta e emoção até o fim, com os 3 primeiros colocados chegando juntos depois de mais de 2 horas de corrida. Bora conferir como foi? Vem comigo! A pole foi da nova dupla formada por Rubens Barrichello e Werner Neugebauer, o líder da Carrera Cup no campeonato sprint com 131 pontos. Werner já é um vitorioso nas corridas endurance, mas Rubinho buscava a primeira vitória. Só que o começo não foi fácil para eles. Na largada dos 300 quilômetros do Estoril, Marcel Miller pulou na frente e assumiu a ponta, seguido por Werner Neugebauer e Miguel Paludo. No meio disso tudo, também teve muita disputa e alguns toques e escapadas da pista. Mesmo assim, Neugebauer se manteve próximo do então líder Marcel Miller, que fez dupla com Enzo Elias. Depois foi a vez de Rubens Barrichello acelerar com um bom ritmo, mas ainda na segunda colocação. No terceiro stint, após o pit stop, Neugebauer reconquistou a liderança após ultrapassar Marcel Miller na volta 48. Depois da última parada, Rubinho teve que utilizar toda a experiência de mais de 40 anos de automobilismo para resistir aos ataques de Enzo Elias nas últimas voltas, contando ainda com uma relargada após um safety car para deixar a vitória ainda mais emocionante. A vantagem foi de apenas 3 décimos para o segundo colocado e 2 segundos para a terceira dupla, formada por Miguel Paludo e Alan Hellmeister.
Trabalhei bem os pneus, tal, e a gente mandou ver logo de cara, mas no final a gente tá lidando com um super campeão, né, com o Enzo, e tem bastante experiência aqui.
Mas, Werner, vocês escolheram a melhor estratégia, os melhores pneus, tudo isso conta também para você o que foi determinante para essa super vitória, abrindo a temporada da melhor maneira possível, abrindo o campeonato?
Sem dúvida, a gente já vinha desde o primeiro dia de treino pensando na estratégia que a gente ia fazer, já tinha isso bem definido, faltavam alguns detalhes, a gente não sabia muito bem até hoje de manhã quem ia largar, como é que a gente ia fazer, mas é um baita de um começo de campeonato, né? Ele ajudou muito, se ele não ajudou tudo, aquela ultrapassagem dele, dá um replay aí, por favor, dá um replayzinho aí que valeu a pena, ganhou uma corrida ali.
A Porsche Cup Brasil chegou à sua 7ª etapa da Endurance Challenge com fortes emoções e muitas disputas no circuito argentino de Termas de Rio Hondo. Com uma prova de 300 quilômetros pela frente, Lucas Salles largou na pole position se defendendo das pressões de Marcel Miller e Werner Neugebauer. Antes mesmo da primeira volta ser completada, Miller assumiu a liderança da corrida ao ver Salles escapar para fora da pista e perdendo 4 posições logo no começo da prova. Ao término da primeira volta, o top 5 indicava Miller, Werner, Horta, Salles e Fefo Barrichello, autor de uma volta inicial eletrizante, com direito a 2 ultrapassagens. Horta era o líder na Sport. Pela Carrera Rookie, o primeiro colocado era o 85, com Eduardo Menossi em 11º no geral. Já na Challenge, a liderança estava com o carro 66 de Sadak Leite em 23º no geral. Volta após volta, Marcel Miller buscava aumentar a sua vantagem na liderança. Enquanto isso, Werner Neugebauer, atual líder da Endurance, junto com seu companheiro Rubens Barrichello, pisava a fundo em uma disputa emocionante com o segundo colocado da prova. Na Challenge, a corrida no circuito argentino foi garantia de boas disputas, começando com Leonardo Herrmann e Antonella Bassani batalhando pelo primeiro lugar da categoria. Enquanto isso, na carreira, Marcel Miller não tinha folgas ao guiar na primeira posição geral da prova. Isso porque Alan Helmeister estava logo atrás, pressionando o carro 544. Em uma das disputas mais emocionantes da Endurance em Termas de Rio Hondo, Helmeister melhorou seu ritmo e não desistiu de tomar a liderança da prova, que estava com Miller. Depois de muita disputa, o piloto do carro 7 ficou lado a lado com Marcel e tomou o primeiro lugar da corrida com uma bela ultrapassagem na reta oposta do circuito argentino. A partir da 15ª volta, a corrida teve a sua primeira janela de pitstops obrigatórios iniciada, com Marcel Miller parando nos boxes primeiro. A partir desta parada, a corrida teve uma nova fase, com os pilotos deixando o assento para seus parceiros iniciarem um novo stint com pneus novos e tanque cheio. De volta à corrida, a disputa pelo quarto lugar estava pegando fogo, com um trio formado por Rodrigo Melo, Dudu Barrichello e Guilherme Salas no mesmo ritmo de prova. Dudu Barrichello chegou a tomar a posição do carro 29, mas logo foi superado por Guilherme Salas, que de uma só vez conseguiu ultrapassar 2 concorrentes na reta oposta. Enquanto uns disparavam na prova, a dupla do carro 7, formada por Miguel Paludo e Alan Hellmeister, passava um sufoco na pista, com um pneu furado, caindo para o fundo do pelotão. Depois de 24 voltas de prova, o safety car precisou ser acionado após o carro de Luiz Souza parar nas britas do autódromo argentino. Com o grid agrupado, a relargada veio na volta 28, começando com fortes emoções e muitas disputas pela liderança, com os carros 544, 8 e 1 no mesmo ritmo. A segunda metade da prova viu Marcos Regadas acelerar forte com seu Porsche de número 31. Regadas travou uma bela disputa com Thiago Camilo pela 4ª posição e, na sequência, mergulhou para cima de Pedro Boesel para tomar a 3ª colocação da corrida. Já no top 1, o carro 544 da dupla Marçal Miller e Enzo Elias tinha um caminho livre e sem ameaças pela 1ª posição geral da categoria Carrera. Pilotando em seu ano de estreia, Alceu Feldman Neto fez bonito no circuito argentino. O jovem piloto da Challenge liderou boa parte da prova ao lado de seu parceiro Gabriel Casagrande. Voltando para a categoria Carrera, a última parada de boxes aconteceu na volta 50, com os carros de Enzo Elia e Rubens Barrichello disputando a vitória da corrida em Termas de Rio Hondo. Enquanto os líderes não se encontravam na pista, o debate para a 3ª posição estava eletrizante, com Dudu Barrichello, Rodrigo Melo e Guilherme Salas. Com um trio formado na reta oposta, Dudu Barrichello tentou uma ultrapassagem por dentro, enquanto o Ricardo Maurício aparecia do lado de fora na tentativa de superar os 4 carros que disputavam a 3ª posição. No final da reta oposta, Maurício sofreu um toque, mas mesmo assim conseguiu permanecer na disputa, lado a lado de Dudu Barrichello, que não deu folga para o paulistano. Ambos os pilotos fizeram bonito e causaram fortes emoções nas últimas voltas da prova, com os 2 carros indo para fora da pista e retornando para a disputa na sequência. Faltando poucos giros para o final da corrida, um carro da categoria Challenge parou nas britas e causou a última interrupção do safety car, reagrupando o pelotão para uma relargada nas últimas voltas. Faltando uma volta para o fim, a bandeira verde foi acionada com Enzo Elias na liderança, seguido por Rubens Barrichello na 2ª colocação. Em uma volta decisiva, o autódromo argentino viu disputas emocionantes e um caos na reta oposta, com diversos toques e vários carros fora da pista.
já para ver de longe, bandeira quadriculada, branca e preta, Enzo Asheimer Elias.
Depois de mais de 60 voltas de prova, Enzo Elias venceu outra vez na Argentina com o 544. Barrichello foi o segundo. Ricardo Maurício prevaleceu ao caos da volta final e foi terceiro no geral. Na categoria esporte, Francisco Horta e William Freire ficaram com a vitória depois da punição para o carro 888 dos pilotos Lineu Pires e Beto Gressi. Na carreira rookie, o 85 de Eduardo Menossi em Caio Collet garantiu o primeiro lugar da categoria. Você estava confiante de que esse final de semana seria diferente? Parabéns pela vitória.
Bom, primeiramente, muito obrigado. Obrigado ao Marçal, obrigado a todo mundo que trabalhou, que torceu. É uma vitória importantíssima. O campeonato é curto, então um segundo lá em Portugal, uma vitória aqui. A gente sabe que eles fizeram exatamente o contrário e estão na briga. A gente vai chegar na final numa disputa, tenho certeza, impecável, incrível. É um prazer enorme disputar com eles. E eu tava com um bom feeling para esse final de semana. Eu gosto muito da pista daqui, tenho memórias inesquecíveis. Ano passado a gente ganhou como dupla. Ano passado a gente ganhou como dupla. Hoje a gente ganhou como dupla de novo e incrível.
Deixa eu falar com a dupla então, Marçal Miller. Essa é uma pista que, como eu disse, vocês gostam bastante. E vocês começaram a prova, talvez não como vocês gostariam, mas é a prova de que a experiência, o trabalho em equipe tem resultado. Parabéns pela vitória.
Talvez não como a gente gostaria, mas é como tem que ser. Disputado, difícil, tem muitos pilotos muito rápido aqui, grandes pilotos aí que a gente disputou hoje. Então é uma alegria imensa conseguir essa vitória, que é muito importante para o campeonato. Eu aproveito para dedicar para meu filhote, né? A última foi para a mãe, agora o filhote está em casa, lá com uma semana de vida. O papai já está chegando.
Na Challenge, Gabriel Casagrande confirmou a vitória do 83, depois de fazer uma bela corrida ao lado do Alceu Feldman Neto, o jovem que faz a sua estreia na Porsche Cup em 2024.
Foi uma corrida bem difícil, desgastante pra gente, tanto para nós dentro do carro quanto pro carro. Tava bem complicado de guiar desde o início do stint. Eu só tenho a parabenizar ele, toda a equipe dele que está participando dessa evolução. Sou muito grato de estar participando disso, por a gente poder evoluir juntos. É o primeiro ano dele e já está conquistando grandes coisas. Então, parabéns a ele, a toda a família que está apoiando, a todos os amigos. Com certeza nós vamos brigar pelo título até o final do ano. Espero que ele mantenha a cabeça boa e sempre com muito foco e dedicação. E aí a gente vai buscar esse título.
Você está tão feliz, você estava dando volta aqui no pódio, deu trabalho para a reportagem, mas agora sim te achei. Qual que você acha que é o teu maior aprendizado nessa vitória aqui de 300 quilômetros em termos de Rio Hondo?
Eu acho que o maior aprendizado é a constância, que é algo muito importante aqui, porque não adianta querer acelerar muito no começo da corrida, porque o resto da corrida você fica sem o carro, fica sem o pneu, então a constância é muito importante mesmo.
Quer acompanhar tudinho de perto? É só conferir os horários e resultados no nosso Instagram e no site da Porsche Cup.
Judgment Day is upon us. The Porsche Endurance Challenge of Brazil is about to conclude, and what an incredible showdown day it has turned out to be. The morning started a little bit drizzly after the torrential rain that we've had over yesterday, but the sun has come out just in the nick of time for this fantastic final race of the season, the 500 kilometers of Interlagos, which will take us to 117 laps or 4 hours and 15 minutes, whichever happens first. I'm Jake Sanson. It's going to be a fantastic end to the season as we have two pairs of drivers fighting for this year's championship title. And this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Last race of the year. Marcel Müller and Enzo Elias come into this race in pole position with the same number of points as Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello in their number 8 machine. And they are actually, ironically enough, starting from P8 as well after the qualifying session. That gave us plenty to talk about and plenty to discuss over the course of these 4 hours. It'll be a really interesting race battle as all of the contenders know exactly what's at stake. We've just concluded the Carrera Cup over the course of the last 3 days as well. Marcel Müller becoming champion over Miguel Paludo and Christian Hahn, with Werner Neugebauer, ironically enough, down in 4th position in the end of the season. But now there's an opportunity here for Marcel Müller to become the Carrera Cup champion and the Endurance Series champion as well. So obviously that opportunity is not something he's going to want to let slip through his hands. There's Miguel Paludo, number 7, ironically enough, also starting in his number sake. And there is the first of the 3 female competitors, Antonella Bassani, the reigning Sprint Challenge vice champion. She won the championship last year. And now the 19-year-old has a great chance to go to battle with her 2 female colleagues alongside her, the Red Bull X Games athlete Letizia Buffoni, who is one of the top skateboarders in the world, as well as a great racing driver. And alongside them for this last round of the championship, Cecilia Rebello. Now, you're going to have a combination of 2 types of team here. One that have decided to recruit a 3rd team member, and those that have decided that 2 will do just fine, thank you. And as a result of that, we're going to have a mandatory 5 pit stops minimum for each team over the course of this race. Now, that means, of course, that every team has to have drivers running 2 stints. Although, of course, that doesn't necessarily apply for those teams that only have 2 drivers. It essentially means that those teams will run 3 stints. The moment is upon us where we fight for the race and we fight for the championship title. Only 2 teams can actually get the job done. The number 8 crew of Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello that took the victory at the first round of the championship at Estoril in Portugal in the spring. And Marcel Müller and Enzo Elias, who managed to get the job done at Tomás de Rio Hondo in Argentina in the summer. Now here in the autumn, time for a championship showdown. There's also a bit of a battle for 3rd in the championship between 4 different crews. Alcy Feldman and Guillermo Salas are going to be battling away in 3rd position in the championship in the number 1 Tag Heuer Porsche. Then we'll have Dudu Barrichello, who has the 76 points. He has the same number of points as Pedro Bozel. Then we have Lucas Salas and Rafael Suzuki. They have 67 points apiece, and so too do Rodrigo Melo and Thiago Camilo. So there's a few different opportunities here at stake. We've also got 6 different championships within a championship, of course, because we've got 6 categories to talk about. We have the Carrera, Carrera Sport, and Carrera Rookie titles, as well as the Challenge, Challenge Sport, and Challenge Rookie crowns. Although in reality, the Challenge crown is going to be lifted by Sadek Leiter and Fabio Carbone, because they are the only Challenge car in the race. There are others in the other categories. We've got 4 in Challenge Sport, 7 in Challenge Rookie, 10 in the Challenge, 10 in the Carrera Sport category, I should say, sorry. 8 in the Rookie Carrera category, and then 8 in the Pro Carrera Cup battle. It's going to be really interesting to see how the different teams combine. We've got all sorts of ringers from all sorts of different walks of motorsport here as well. The majority of the second driving talent comes from the Stock Car Pro Series of Brazil. Though the reason for that, of course, is because quite a few of the drivers on the grid in Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil are actually coached by the drivers in Stock Car Pro. So it only makes sense for them to team up with their driver coaches in a lot of senses. But there are other big names that have brought their way to the grid for other reasons. We've got the Piquet name here represented twice. Nelson Piquet Jr. teaming up with Roman Simkovic and Pedro Piquet alongside Caio Collet and Eduardo Minossi to make a three-man team. We've also got the likes of Tony Kanaan, the Indy 500 winner of the past days, and of course a former IndyCar champion, now the current team manager at Arrow McLaren in the IndyCar fraternity. He teams up with Carlos Campos coming into this one. They start from 18th position on the grid. We've already talked about Cecilia Rebello, the lady driver who's been winning in F4 Brazil this year, teaming up with Antonella Bassani and Letizia Buffoni, the only female crew in the entire race. But of course, we're also going to get Enzo Elias teaming up with Marcel Muller, the man who's just become the Porsche Carrera Cup champion. Enzo Elias from Stock Car Pro Series joins up with him. And Werner Neugebauer is teamed up with another Stock Car Pro driver and the former Formula One driver for Braun, Williams, and of course, the Scuderia Ferrari, Rubens Barrichello. This has always been his bogey circuit in his single-seater days, the one circuit he never got to win on. If he wins it today, he'll become the Porsche Endurance Series Brazil champion. Whoever wins between Muller and Elias in the 544 and Neugebauer and Barrichello in the 8 wins the championship. Why? Because they come into this weekend with exactly the same number of points, exactly the same number of points to discard from dropped scores, because their lowest tally is 23 in both cases. You score points twice over the course of these races, once at the half distance point and then once again at the race's conclusion. So it's a fascinating situation. There are 26 points on offer for the leaders at the halfway point, which on this occasion is going to be at the end of lap 57. And then there's also going to be double those points scored at the finish line. So there are 26 points available for the winning car, or the leading car, I should say, at the half distance mark, at lap 57. And then there are 52 points on offer for the winning crew as they come across the line at the end of 117 laps, or 4 hours and 15 minutes, whichever happens first. The 500 kilometers of the Porsche Endurance Series of Brazil, the third and final weekend. We started the year on our holiday at Estoril in Portugal, continued it at Termas de Rio Hondo in Argentina, and now here we are back in Brazil on the Sao Paulo Grand Prix circuit, the Autódromo Jose Carlos Pache in Sao Paulo. And what a fantastic race battle this is set to be. Muller and Elias lining up in pole position. Marcel Muller will do the opening stint. Werner Neugebauer on board with him. He's the other championship contender, along with his teammate Rubens Barrichello. They've got an onboard camera as well. Neugebauer will once again do the opening stint. We go around for the first of 2 formation laps, just as well, because we've got 38 crews to talk you through across 6 categories: Carrera Cup, Sport and Rookie, and then Challenge Sport and Challenge Rookie. All a fantastic prospect. It's the driest that the circuit has been all weekend, and all of the competitors are now working their way through. A little bit of debris there on the main start-finish straight, but this is the moment that everybody has been waiting for. Jake Sanson here on Motorsport TV to give you the action from the third and final event in this Porsche Endurance Series Brazil as part of the Porsche Carrera Cup campaign. Here's the starting grid. Marcel Muller and Enzo Elias will be on the front row of the grid alongside Rodrigo Melo, Thiago Camilo and Caio Chavez in the number 29 rookie car. Then we've got Thierry Brasil, Israel Salmon and Rafael Martins, along with Lucas Salas and Rafael Suzuki on the second row of the grid. Then it's Perez, Gressa and Hahn. They've teamed up along with Alcy Feldman and Guillermo Salas in the Tag Heuer Porsche. The championship contenders are alongside Miguel Paluda and Alan Hellmeister. They want a repeat of their puncture from Argentina. Neugebauer and Barrichello have to win the title. Peter Fetter and Diego Nunez in 9th, and then Marcondes, Razzia and Petikov together rounding out the top 10. Then it's the Barrichellos, Fifo and Duru, who line up on the 11th position of the grid. Yosemar Jr. and Sergio Romayo in their Ayrton Senna tribute car. Then Campos, Costa and Bavacqua alongside Franco Giafoni and Cesar Ramos in the number 3 Porsche. 8th row of the grid, Francisco Horta and William Frere. They line up alongside Marcos Regadas and Jeff Giassi in the number 17 car. And then we have Marco Pisani and Renan Guerra lining up alongside Carlos Campos and Indy 500 winner Tony Kanaan. Then Cefali Guedes and Aguar alongside Pedro Bozel and Ricardo Mauricio, the former Red Bull driver. Roman Zimkovic and Nelson Piquet Jr., ex-Formula E champion Leonardo Sanchez and Attila Abreu, the winner of the 500th Stock Car Pro Series race. Eduardo Menossi, Cao Collet and Pedro Piquet, then Seba Malucelli, Marcos Gomez and Alexandre Naguao. Then Montero, Alcaraz and Moro alongside Paulo Sousa and Khalid Osman. Eric Santos and Gabriel Roba were the leaders of the challenge qualifying. Cedric Leiter, Fabio Carboni and Vito Mera will be joining them on the front row. Then Luis Souza and Bruno Bonifacio, Cachao from Alcifel Manito and Gabriel Casagrancia. Then the girls, Bassani, Buffoni and Rebello, along with Berkelli, Rimbano and Torresoni. Herman and Batista, along with Luis Landi, Tom Filio and Bruno Javier. Then Matias Roque and Felipe Batista, with Andrei Gutsinski and Jose Monanito. Then Reina Gonçalves and Soares, and at the back, it's Garcia, Gonçalves and Miguel Caetano. So 38 cars, 4 hours and a quarter of racing, and it will be incredibly exciting to see what happens over the course of this race. The driest the circuit has actually been all weekend, but we're in for an excellent showdown as the drivers are preparing. So with all these cars ready to pitch around the circuit, 38 Porsches going to battle, you would probably think is pretty chaotic, and you'd be absolutely right. The first 2 races of the year have had all sorts of thrills and spills and drama at Estoril in Portugal and Tomás de Rio Hondo in Argentina. But we've got onboard cameras with our 2 title protagonists, Marcel Muller versus Werner Neugebauer. And then when they take over for their stints, it'll be 2 Stock Car Pro Series drivers, Enzo Elias versus Rubens Barrichello. We're on board with Miguel Peludo. Actually, no, we're not. We're on board with his teammate, Alan Hellmeister. He's taking the car. They would have been in the fight for the victory themselves at Tomás de Rio Hondo had it not been for Alan Hellmeister's puncture in the opening stint. That dropped them a long way down the field and a long way off the likes of Muller and Neugebauer. We're going to see some truly exceptional stuff. The crowd are on their feet here on the main straight. They go pretty crazy for Porsches in Brazil, particularly when you've got so many star drivers, competitors from the worlds of Formula One, the Indy 500, NASCAR, Formula E, and all over Brazilian motorsport in various different competitions, whether it's GT, Stock Car Pro, or of course Porsches. So many great drivers in this field. Marcel Muller there, pole position, the 544 Fabian Petrus car, the newly crowned Porsche Carrera Cup champion. He won that title just 4 days ago. And it'll be a fascinating situation to see if he can now convert his Carrera Cup title into a Porsche Endurance Series Brazil title as well. He's going to be on the front row of the grid alongside Thiago Camilo, who will take the opening stint. Watch for Cherio Brasil, who's there in third on the grid from Lucas Salas. Opening stint drivers include Lino Perez, Alcy Feldman in the Tag Heuer Porsche, then Alan Hellmeister beside Werner Neugebauer. Expect fireworks from them on the fourth row of the grid. Then Peter Ferter alongside the newest winner in Stock Car Pro, that is Gianluca Petikov, the former GP3 driver. FIFA Barrichello, Sergio Romeo, and then Campos, Ramos, Horta, Regadas, Guerra, then Carlos Campos, Piero Cefali, Pedro Bozel in 20th place. Looks like it's going to be a rapid start. The field is coming through rather quickly on the home straight. They're in the 2 rows, and the 500 kilometers of Interlagos is underway. Let's race at Interlagos. And it's a better start for Thiago Camilo. He's actually going to get to the first corner first. Marcel Muller's going to be boxed in behind him. There's the tiniest love trap between them, but it's okay. Thiago Camilo holds it as 1 or 2 cars have ended up out of position. One has actually overshot. I think that might have been the number 3 car of Cesar Ramos going out slightly wide, but rejoining as Thiago Camilo leads the field in the 500 kilometers of Interlagos. Excellent start for him, and he's already starting to pull clear. It's up the inside. That's a good move there for the 199. A very fast start for Gianluca Petikov. Couple of drivers running wide. That's Cesar Ramos getting out sideways. Looks like Seba Malucelli's got a bit wide. So too has the 72 of Antonella Bassani. But otherwise, everybody working their way through. And that is Werner Neugebauer just in front there of the 139, I think it is. No, it is Cherio Brasil, who's had quite a difficult first lap. Cherio Brasil has lost quite a few positions. Now he's going to lose one around the outside to the fast-starting Yosemar Junior. Oh no, sorry, it's Sergio Romeo who's behind the wheel of the Senna car on this particular occasion. Yosemar Junior will pick up the pieces later as Werner Neugebauer is staring at the rear spoiler of Alan Hellmeister. But Thiago Camilo leads the field here from Marcel Muller. Third is now Alcy Feldman. The Tag Heuer Porsche has come up, and that's Lino Perez getting up on the inside of Cherio Brasil. So at the end of the first lap, It is Thiago Camilo who leads the way. Good start to proceedings. This is the driest we've had all weekend so far, of course. So the drivers are, for the first time, really starting to push these cars to the limit on dry tyres. So it'll be fascinating to see what they can do. A little bit of defensive tactics needed as here comes Alan Hellmeister round the far side of Gianluca Pedikov. Is he going to go all the way round the outside of the Senna S? Yes, he is. He gets in front. Nicely handled there from Alan Hellmeister. Gianluca Pedikov's now got pressure from Werner Neugebauer. Neugebauer is going to have to work hard here to finish off this move. He gets a little bit of curb. Gianluca Pedikov's got pressure himself from Sergio Romayo. It's going to be 3 wide as they come down to the braking zone. No problems at all for Neugebauer or for Sergio Romayo. He gets through as well. So Sergio Romayo is now in front of the 199 of Gianluca Pedikov, who has lost 3 places in 4 corners. Good start to proceedings then. Not clumsy at all from everybody. They've managed to get through with a fairly clean start, it has to be said. Certainly for Porsche Endurance Series in Brazil. Normally we get a little bit of badinage on the opening lap, but everybody's kept it nice and neat on this first tour. So all very exciting stuff as the competitors continue on their way. Werner Neugebauer tightening up behind Alan Hellmeister as we go on board. Let's listen in. The power now back on board with Werner Neugebauer. He's chasing down Alan Hellmeister, of course, hoping for an opportunity to try and make the overtaking move as we now switch across to Lucas Salas. He's the next target for Hellmeister and Neugebauer. They've got very good speed. This is how strange a race we're in, because obviously these guys are trying to charge their way back after the adversity of qualifying today. They didn't really get a decent grid position because of the way that the average run of qualifying works out. But Alan Hellmeister makes his dive up the inside of Lucas Salas. No problem at all for him. That puts him into P4. So Alan Hellmeister now in 4th position. His next target is going to be Alcif Feldman. That's going to be the first major target for him to go wheel to wheel with. And watch for Werner Neugebauer, who actually trips up over the curbs there. Trying now to make his own bid to get through on the inside of Lucas Salas. Can't go for it in the Subida de Boxes. He's just got to wait for his moment. And there is Lino Perez, still dueling away with Chelio Brasil. Oh, and off the road. That's at the Senna S. Now that looks to me like it could be the number 2 car having gone off the road. That is Luis Souza. It is indeed Luis Souza, so he's gone off there. He's trying to get the car started again. So let's see what happened. Oh, a little bit of a nudge, and I have to say, that is rather cheeky, because that was Alcif Feldman-Nito in the Lightning McQueen car, nudging up the inside of Leonardo Herrmann, and poor Luis Souza had to take avoiding action. Oh dear, that's a very damaged Porsche. He tried to rejoin the race, but he suddenly realised, yep, that's got far too much damage. I can't move that car. So bitter disappointment for him, and what it means for us, of course, is that we're going to complete the 3rd lap. And I think we're going to have a safety car here, because there's no way that Luis Souza's car is going to move under its own steam. So they need to make a quick decision here, but I think it's going to be a safety. It is indeed a safety car. Safety car board is out. That was well called by the officials. So out onto the circuit we go then with the safety car. And obviously a very tricky scenario for the contenders on this one. But the safety car driver, Ricardo Landi, gets out onto the circuit. Oh, we've had another incident further round. So who is that that's had a bit of a slip up? I think that looks to me like the 85. It is indeed. So that is Eduardo Minossi going around on that lap as well. And Minossi seems to be stranded in position. Well, the Porsche drone has picked up the footage of the cars there as it chases everybody down. When I say the Porsche drone, I don't know if it's actually Porsche branded. I do mean purely facetiously that it is the drone that we use to do the coverage. Let's have a look at the restart again. We got to see a real representation of how chaotic the start was based off the average qualifying yesterday. So many cars out of position. And we saw quite a shuffle of the deck through turn 1 and 2. Cesar Ramos taking avoiding action there and rejoining. And he managed to fall back into line in about 11th position in the end. We're going to see another replay. This is on the first lap. This is Lino Perez, I think, getting his move on the inside of Chelio Brasil. And there were some very good moments in the initial phase of the race. This was brilliant from Alan Hellmeister, round the outside of Gianluca Pedikov to get through and finish off that move. And then that obviously put Pedikov offline, so it set up Werner Neugebauer to have a go. This is another replay on board with Alan Hellmeister. as we get to see another fine battle. Then this is why we're under safety car, because Alcifer Benito goes for Leonardo Herman. Poor Luis Souza has to take avoiding action, and bang! A lot of damage to that car, a lot more than first realized. So essentially now we've got a whole host of competitors on the back foot, because a few of them were hoping to have made a bit more progress before the first safety car appearance. Oh dear, some debris on the circuit as well. That's going to be needed to be cleared up, because you get a puncture in these cars, you really do know about it. Just ask Alan Hellmeister. He got the mother of all punctures last time out at Temosterio Hondo, and that completely ruined his and the team's entire race. They could have been in the fight for the victory had that not occurred to them at that particular point in the race. Alcy Feldman, father of Alcy Feldman Nito, of course, hoping to have a bit of a charge forward on the restart, which doesn't come on this lap. I gather they're still trying to remove that last bit of debris. Just a reminder to everybody that ultimately the pit stops need to happen 5 times over the course of the race, and they are 6 minutes, the pit stops. So the pit stop time needs to be 6 minutes in duration. That's obligatory for all crews. Gives everybody the chance to get their cars repaired and tweaked and adjusted as they need to in the pit lane, and everybody gets the same treatment, so every crew is in pit lane for 6 minutes. It means we get a couple of very odd laps where there's a few particular cars out of line and out of position, but it certainly gives us a little bit of entertainment. Now, the investigation between Alcy Feldman Nito and Leonardo Herman is being investigated by the race officials. I'm not in the least bit surprised, but there is the confirmation on your screen, as we are still under safety car here for the incident between those two that put poor Luis Souza, completely blameless, out of the race. All the tension and all the nerves gathering at the number 8 crew. But already Werner Neugebauer has worked his way forward from 8th on the grid to P6, so his teammate Rubens Barrichello will be very pleased about that. None the least, of course, the reason for that as well is that we're going to have a very interesting scenario for this restart. Safety car lights are out, so we are going to go racing once again. Just to inform you, this race is worth more points than the other 2 300 kilometers races that we've had in the past. So each crew will discard the segment with the lowest score of the season in all the cases. So certainly for Marcel Muller and Enzo Elias in the 544 crew, and for Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello in the 8 crew, those scores are both likely to be the very strange scenario for them. It's going to be 23 points that they will discard for being second position at the halfway stage of each of their races. So away we go. Good restart there from Thiago Camillo. He really bit the bullet, went for it. And look at Alan Hellmeister putting the number 1 Tag Heuer Porsche under pressure already. It's green, 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 green here at Interlagos. And up the inside, Alan Hellmeister is going to get straight into 3rd place. Good start for the Brandt driver. Up into 3rd position. Game over for Luis Souza and Bruno Bonifacio. Bonifacio doesn't even get to turn a lap in this 4-hour race. But as they come off the turn, everybody's still clustering together to try and get a relatively decent restart. We could get a bit of a shuffle of the deck here. That's Cesar Ramos trying to be a little bit more defensive down to the Subido dos Porsches. The Ramos there with Regadas, Perter, Guerra. Trying to see who else is in that mix there. I think we can see FIFA Barrichello in that mix as well, in the treble 1 car. So there have been a couple of shuffles of the deck already. Werner Neugebauer is up to P6 from P8 on the grid, from P7 on the grid. Alan Hellmeister is already up to P3 and challenging the championship contender Marcel Muller, who is of course the new Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil champion. But it's Thiago Camillo the Stock Car Pro Series legend who leads the way. Thiago Camilo has always been known as the Sterling Moss of Brazil. So many great attacks for a championship title, so close. He's won more races than many of the drivers around him in Stock Car Pro, but he's never become champion. But it's great to see him here battling away in the Porsche Endurance Series, having a very good race of it. There is Lucas Salas trying to get away from two very hard racers, Werner Neugebauer, and behind him in the Senna helmet colours, that is Sergio Romeo, who is pushing very hard. He'll be handing his car over to Josimar Junior a little bit later on, as Werner Neugebauer hustles the number 70 of Lucas Salas, and both those drivers are going to hand their cars over to Stock Car Pro talents who are regular race winners, namely Rafael Suzuki in the case of the number 70 car and Rubens Barrichello himself in the number 8 car. Right, well, it looks to me as though the number 29 car is also under investigation. That's to do with the start by the look of it, or is that the restart actually? So yeah, there is a restart investigation into Thiago Camilo. That's the race leader. So Thiago Camilo is being investigated for his restart. Well, that would completely change the race because, of course, if he were to get a penalty now, then Marcel Muller, the champion in waiting, would take over the lead of the race and almost certainly then be on course to go for the victory in the championship. So it's going to be an interesting situation. But it's a tricky one. Oh, we've had an incident there. That's Barrichello. He's come together with the 56 car. So that's FIFA Barrichello. He's collided with Peter Vetter. Well, that's a really difficult moment early on in the race then. This is only lap 7 completed. But Peter Vetter, he's fighting for the championship title in the sport category, don't forget. And FIFA Barrichello's gone straight into the war. So that's 2 more retirements at this early phase of proceedings. Minossi obviously off the road, so too is Salza. And now we've got 2 more retirements by the look of it. Safety car again. Well, we're on lap 8 and we've had 2 safety car periods already. Well, that's a very disgruntled looking FIFA Barrichello moving away. Rubens has come up to talk to Dudu. What happened? Did you hear anything on the radio? What's gone on? Are you out of the race now? I can't believe you're out of the race. And Dudu Barrichello trudges away rather despondently as Papa Barrichello, Rubens Barrichello, watches on, knowing that his race is still alive and kicking, but his son's race is very much done and dusted. So the safety car comes out onto the circuit for the 2nd time in the space of 8 laps. That is just astonishing. I've never seen that in the Endurance Challenge of Brazil before. So this is the restart. This is why Thiago Camilo is apparently under investigation for his restart. Now, he's basically run the gauntlet there on the white line, and a couple of drivers have followed his lead. I don't know if that's the reason why they've decided to investigate him, but that's Alan Hellmeister anyway coming through. So look, that's where Thiago Camilo is apparently just pushing a little bit too hard on the restart. Certainly his start is being investigated, so we'll get clarification as to whether he gets a penalty or not. But looking at that, he's got 2 wheels over the white line there. So that could be very much a slam dunk penalty then for Thiago Camilo, as FIFA Barrichello watches on, dismayed. Now he, of course, is Rubens Barrichello's nephew, but his son shares the car with him, so the cousins not going to go any further in this race. It's game over for 4 cars in this race. Now, they can recover the cars and get them back to the pits and get them sent back into the race if there is opportunity to do that. It's not guaranteed that it will happen. And certainly in the case of Luis Souza and Bruno Bonifacio's car, I don't think that's going anywhere. Look at Peter Vetter, very disappointed. Regular competitor in the sport category of Carrera Cup. But certainly in this particular race, not going any further And I'd love to see the incident again. I don't know if we've got any footage of it. But certainly now that we know that both drivers are okay, looks as though we could end up with a very difficult race ahead of us. I think we're going to have a high attrition rate. Now, right, the incident between FIFA Barrichello and Peter Ferter is under investigation. So we'll figure out what happens as a result of that. Both cars are obviously out of the race. So I don't know what kind of penalty they can inflict on them when their races are already over. But the race directors obviously have to investigate every incident. So I don't know what sort of penalty they can impose. So cars getting themselves up to speed again then, very shortly. The 500 kilometers of Interlagos will continue once the race gets back under race conditions. Thiago Camilo leads the way, Marcel Muller in P2. Then it is Alan Hellmeister, having worked his way forward to third place in front of Alstu Feldman. Lucas Salas, then in P6 it's Werner Neugebauer. Sergio Romano and Nino Perez. There is a rather curious-looking Cecilia Rebello. Right, Peter Ferter has come over to FIFA Barrichello. Go on then, what's your side of the story? And a camera walked right in front of the... a cameraman, a photographer, walked right in front of our camera lens there. So the battles continue on, raging as they are. So it's going to be tricky now to see what is going to happen on this restart. Thiago Camilo, Marcel Muller, Alan Hellmeister, then Feldman, Salas and Neugebauer. Sergio Romano is leading in the rookie category, but is also doing a fantastic job in 7th place overall. Then Linu Perez, then Gianluca Pedikov, then Marcos Regadas rounding up the top 10. Then we have Cesar Ramos. You can just see the number 3, the bright yellow car coming into view. Ready now. So there is Cesar Ramos. Behind him in the blue and yellow machine, that is Celio Brasil in 12th. Then we have Guerra, Sanchez, Campos, Francisco Horta, Galid Osman, Bruno Campos, and then Felipe Batista, who is leading in the Carrera Challenge category. That's the Challenge Sport category, I should point out, all the way up in 19th place. And then Pedro Boisel is in 20th. So over the course of this race, we are going to get a lot of mingling with the different classes. They are all going to be very evenly matched and very close to each other. So the battle is going to be very tightly mixed. Rubens Barrichello just watching on the screen as the safety car lights are out. Right, here we go. Could be a fascinating situation for all of the contenders now as we get ourselves back up to pace once again. On board with Werner Neugebauer. He needs a good restart here to really start attacking Lucas Salas. So there is the number 66 car, that's Cedric Leiter. So let's see how Thiago Camilo handles this restart. We know he's already under investigation for his previous restart antics. He's got to make sure he doesn't do whatever he is being investigated for a second time. He's gone for it, really pushed. Hoping that there's going to be a bit of a charge forward from Marcel Muller on this restart. Muller, oh, we've had an incident before we've even gone to green. That is the 25 of Galid Osman going around. And it's safety car again. I cannot believe this. Galid Osman has had an incident before we've gone to green. That is extraordinary. Well, the field is all bunched up. And it looks as though, yeah, there's been some form of contact as we've gone to green. And Galid Osman's car has basically broken down. Absolutely incredible. So that is the third safety car period in 11 laps here. I genuinely do not know. Well, that's Francisco Horta. So Francisco Horta is coming to the pits. Now, this does not count to his mandatory pit stop, I don't think. But the safety car has caught up to the field, or at least will catch up to the field once again. But this is really baffling me. I'm absolutely astonished. We've got 3 safety car periods in 11 laps of racing. This is just extraordinary. Even by Porsche Endurance Series antics, this is quite baffling. So it looks like they're trying to fix some damage to Francisco Horta's car. I saw a vague replay of something on that restart, but well, difficult situation. And there is what's left of the number 25 car of Khalid Osman. I kind of want to see that replay again because I don't know whether that was a mechanical breakdown or whether he got hit as they were running behind the safety car. I mean, Osman and Horta were about the same part of the racetrack. Let's look again. Now, this is the restart. So I think this might be the original restart. So this is the first one that they're now investigating. So Thiago Camilo and Marcel Muller, that's why they're investigating. They think he dropped the throttle on that first restart considerably early. Because obviously there is a point on the circuit when you are allowed to start accelerating, and I think he might have done it a bit too soon. Onto the back straight then. And now we take stock of the situation behind our third safety car in 11 laps. We're now on lap 12. A very strange situation for all of the contenders here. Absolutely bizarre. So the competitors are very close together. And now we're going to get the incident involving Francisco Horta and Khalid Osman being investigated. Francisco Horta getting out of the car. So I would suspect that that's game over. I don't think they're able to fix that car from what it looks like. And there is Khalid Osman and the safety team. It looks like they're trying to get the car restarted. They've certainly taken it offline. They're going to tow it back to the pits. Now, this being a very long endurance race, as long as they can get that car back to the pits and they can get it fixed and restarted, then the race isn't over for them. It is a long endurance race. But of course, that's all taking into consideration the fact that, you know, in a perfect world, the car could be taken back to the pits in good time. It could be repaired and their race could continue. But at the moment, the safety teams are still just trying to extricate Khalid Osman's Elefante car. And the race director has already shown us that incident is under investigation. It's going to be a very tough one from here on out. And we can see all of the competitors having an interesting race of it at this moment in time. So the battle is continuing to rage here at Interlagos. Third safety car period in 12 laps. And look at how closely Thiago Camilo is actually running behind the safety car. He's almost kissing the back bumper of that car. And the crew are trying to get Francisco Horta's car either off the racing line. Now, what they can choose to do in this situation, and we've seen it a couple of times so far this season, if that car is not fit for purpose, they can ditch it and bring in one of the donor cars, one of the spare Porsches that are in the garage. They can take the numbers off their race car and put them out in a blank white Porsche with the same racing number, and then they can get back into the race again, having lost a considerable amount of time to do so. So Werner Neugebauer, P6, needs to make up those 5 places. His advantage at the moment is the fact that Thiago Camilo is the leader and not Marcel Muller. So there is the marshal just laying down some cement dust. That's basically to stop any problems with leaking fluid. Oh, goodness me, look at the vibration on the back of that wing. So no wonder they're trying to push Francisco Horta's car down the pit lane and out of the way, because there was a lot of damage to that rear spoiler. Big vibrations on that particular part of the car. So Thiago Camilo ahead of Marcel Muller, Alan Hellmeister, Alcy Feldman, Lucas Salas and Werner Neugebauer. That's the top 6 at this moment in time. So an extraordinary race battle continuing on. Now, did you see there Thiago Camilo actually backing up the pack in anticipation that they're going to restart this race? But the lights are not out on the safety car, so I don't know what Thiago Camilo thinks he's doing. But this race is not restarting. You can see there for yourself that the safety car lights are still on. And I think Thiago Camillo's just registered. Oh, okay, so we're not restarting this time. On the previous 2 occasions, there were 2 laps behind safety car, and then back into the race we went. So he clearly thought, well, that's exactly what's going to happen again. So no need to panic, no need to worry. But he actually needs to keep an eye on the fact that the safety car in front still had its lights on. You don't start to prepare for a restart, or at least you shouldn't start to prepare for a restart until you're absolutely certain, until you're absolutely positive that it's actually going to work out in your favour. I've not seen that for a while, I have to say. Very bizarre situation for all of the contenders there pursuing Thiago Camillo, but he certainly looked pretty keen for the race to get underway again. Perhaps a little bit more keen than he should have been. So an absolutely bizarre race situation so far. So now we get to see what happens next, essentially. But now the cars will get back into their line once again. So when we go back to racing conditions again, we're going to have Thiago Camillo on the lead, Marcel Muller into second place from Alan Hellmeister and Alstie Feldman. Then it's going to be Lucas Salas ahead of Werner Neugebauer, Sergio Romayo, Linu Perez, Gianluca Pedikov, Marcos Regadas, Cesar Ramos and Celio Brasil. At the moment, it looks as though we've got 5 retirements from the race. The 6th one is Francisco Horta, although it looks like they're just going to swap cars, which you're allowed to do, of course, in Porsche Endurance Series. If your car's broken, then you get one of the spare cars, you put your number and get your seatbelts done up and everything, and then on your way. The lights are out on the safety car this time. So now we're going to get a restart. Hopefully that's going to give the team plenty to do. But Thiago Camillo's got to back up this pack. So it'll be an interesting one on the restart. Thiago Camillo's got a time. His throttle application. There he goes. He went for it. Dropped the hammer at the bottom of the crest there. And it could be a really interesting one as the contenders now charge back on the power. Green flags. And they go down onto the start-finish line once again. And this time we are going to go to racing conditions. It's green, 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 green once again here at Interlagos as we go into lap 15. And it's 3 wide down to the first corner. Also a good opportunity there from Werner Neugebauer to get through on the inside of Lucas Salas. Salas keeps his foot in. They do not need contact and he is ahead. Into 5th position goes Werner Neugebauer. Now Sergio Romayo is lining up Lucas Salas as well, and he's not the only one. Linu Perez is trying to get a move or two done there as well. Here's Sergio Romayo in the Senna colours. You can see the Senna Racing helmet was splendid in its colours of this particular Porsche number 27. Very fitting as well, because it was in a number 27 McLaren that Ayrton Senna fought for the Brazilian Grand Prix on this very circuit in 1990. Round the outside though, that's beautifully done from Marcos Regadas. He now goes wheel to wheel again with Sergio Romayo. I was going to say he gets a good overtake, but it looks as though Romayo is going to take it back from him. So Sergio Romayo holds his move there to the inside line, and there is a little bit of pressure coming from Gianluca Pedikov. Good racing so far. Look at the front. Look at Marcel Muller. He's all over the back of Thiago Camillo. And this is going to put him into championship winning conditions. If he can get ahead, essentially whoever beats the other of the 2 title contenders is going to be the one that wins this championship. Because they both came into the weekend with the same results. They both had a win and a second in both the pre-qualifying, or the halfway point I should say, and the race itself finishing. But there are more points on offer here this weekend, considering that this is a longer race, 500 kilometers in distance. So we'll try and keep on touch of the championship ramification. Oh, big incident into turn 1. Big shunt there. That looks like somebody's had a brake failure. Oh my goodness. That is an almighty shunt. That's Piero Cifali. Piero Cifali's just dropped it big time into turn 1, and that is one of the most destroyed Porsches I've ever seen in this championship. That's going to be the 4th safety car period. Absolutely disastrous. I just cannot believe the carnage that we've had in this early part of the race. 4 safety car periods now in 16 laps. Well, just a baffling turn of events then, but all thoughts now turn to Piero Cifali in the hope that he is okay, because that was a really big impact into the barriers there at turn 1. And that is really going to give him a proper headache in the morning. But obviously the important thing to focus in on at the moment are the drivers in the queue, because you don't try and trivialize an accident like that. There is Piero Cifali out of the car to cheers from the crowd. Thank goodness he is okay. And look at the devastation and the damage that's been done to turn 1. This is going to be about 4 laps, I would think, behind the safety car. Into view will come Piero Cifali. Oh, 2 cars, in fact, have gone in. Oh, my goodness. So 2 cars have gone in. Look at the top of your picture. Ay, 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 ay. Big accidents. I think the other one is Gustavo Fara. Well, it's Gustavo Fara's car, but it's actually being driven this weekend, of course, by Cifali, Guedes and Aguar. The other car is Monteiro. So Nelson Montero's car has gone in with Piero Cifali. So 2 big accidents there. I mean, that was a mighty big impact for those 2 cars. And so it looks as though we're going to have a grand total of, wait for it, 8 retirements before we even get to the end of the first hour. Now, is that one of the Porsches driving out of it? Surely not. Well, that looked like an all-white Porsche, so that might actually have been Francisco Horta getting back out onto the circuit again, having had his pit stop, because of course he's in an all plain white car. Now, looking at the rules, I think it's doable that the other 2 drivers who were just involved in that incident, if they can get themselves back to the pits and get in one of those white donor car Porsches, then the race can continue for them. But obviously, you've got to make sure the drivers are okay. You've got to have them checked over. It's going to completely compromise their race strategy. But what a bizarre situation. 4 safety car periods in the space of just 16 laps of racing. You don't see that every day. And at this rate, of course, the more safety car periods we have, the more likely it's going to be that we're going to run to 4 hours and 15 minutes rather than the full 117 laps. Drivers down in the pit lane watching on there. I think we were just having a little bit of a look there with Razzia and Marcondes, who of course are sharing the number 199 car with Gianluca Petikov, who is at the wheel, still firmly in the top 10. But obviously they do not want to be in the situation when they're struggling to try and figure out what the situation is. Now look at the damage that's been done to that barrier. 2 cars have gone in. But obviously the main concern now is actually not the cars that were buried in the tyres. Now it is actually the tyres themselves, because that barrier does need to be reset before we can go back into race action once again. Lap 17 completed of 117. So just 100 laps to go. It's going to take a fair while though. I would actually suspect that now that we've had 4 safety car periods in such a short space of time, it's definitely going to be an intriguing continuation then for the race to go back to the flow. So now the editors are back into their train once again, in the hope that this time we're going to get some decent green flag running for a handful of laps. That's what we really want. Just watching going through the screen there, that was Felipe Batista battling for this year's Stock Car Pro Series title. And their next round of the championship, of course, is on the Autodromo Internacional Ayrton Senna 2 weeks from now, right here on Motorsport TV. Safety car out again, and again, look at how closely Thiago Camilo actually runs behind the safety car. It's almost as if he's willing it on. Yeah, your sentiments are exactly the same as mine. Everybody in the pits is thinking, what is going on here at the moment? 4 safety car periods in the space of just 17 laps. I have never known the like. Absolutely baffling, really bizarre. Well, the safety car still holds the field around. And again, as I said before, I think this is going to be a few minutes yet, because we have still got quite a considerable amount of damage at turn 1 that needs to be, at the very least, investigated, at the very minimum, repaired. You can see there that there's still quite a comprehensive cleanup job going on. So I would guess that this is going to take a few minutes. So it's probably going to be another couple of, it's probably going to be a fair couple of laps more behind safety car conditions before anything can be said to be okay again. Definitely going to be a very tight battle when we restart things. And everybody's obviously going to be wanting to continue and put on this very tight run opposition on this restart. Championship to be decided, don't forget, in this category. So it could get very spicy from here on in to see exactly what occurs. We've got ourselves some truly sensational battles to come. If we're only going to get 18 laps through this race and we're going to get, 4 car periods in this point. Imagine once we actually get the rhythm up and start getting some battles. But this circuit is not the easiest to master at the best of times. Oh, just bumping into a camera or two there. Not ideal, as we wander down pit lane trying to get a semblance of what's actually happening in this particular situation. So still everybody just trying to keep themselves to themselves on the safety car line. We're not getting our notification of a restart yet. I've got a feeling we're not going to get restarted again until lap 20, although Thiago Camilo seems to think we're going now. Are the safety car lights out? I'm not sure they are, Thiago Camilo trying to will a restart by the look of it. And the safety car is indeed still out. Thiago, you can't just back the pack up and hope that we're restarting. Well, he's coming straight into the pits. So here we go. We're getting a lot of pit lane activity. So Thiago Camilo clearly deciding, right, we're going to come into the pits then. And look at the line of cars coming in. Pretty much everybody diving for the pit stop now. And that's because we're getting towards the end of the first hour. So we're at 45 minutes. Now, of course, this is a scheduled pit stop, but what happens in this pit stop is that the cars come in, they are pushed into their garages, they are serviced, and then after 6 minutes, the pit stop is completed. But pretty much everybody is choosing to take this pit stop under the safety car. Now, you've got to feel for those couple of cars that decided not to do that. So everybody choosing to take the pit stop at this particular point. Now, they will obviously have been given notice before the start of the race as to when the pit stops can happen. But of course, because this is an endurance race, the pit stops can open under safety car period. Normally, if this was a sprint race, they wouldn't do so. Now, that's how long the pit window is open. You can see that on the left-hand corner of your screen. You only get about 8 minutes where the window stays open. Out of the car gets Alcifelman Nito. Into the car gets 2-time Stock Car Pro Series champion, Gabriel Casagarancha. So we're going to get some fairly decent drivers now swapping over. Not that we didn't have any decent drivers in the first stint, but some of the names that will come out onto the circuit for this phase will definitely be pulling power for the crowds. Especially when Werner Neugebauer gets out of the car, and behind the wheel we'll get the Brazilian legend, Grand Prix winner for Ferrari and for Braun GP, as well as a long-time racer for the Williams team before his eventual retirement from Formula One, Rubens Barrichello. So here's the second lap that the cars have come through behind the safety car, and everybody else basically that hasn't made a pit stop yet is going to come in on this lap. It's going to be more activity in pit lane than there is on the race circuit. But it's going to be a very busy and hectic pit lane as well. Pretty much every bay is going to be full up. Now, I think it's the fact that the safety car is still out there. This is just a free pit stop for everybody. But we still haven't really had any decent length of time to actually go wheel-to-wheel racing because it's just been safety cars galore. Absolutely bizarre situation here with so many cars having incidents and so many more just having to wait until the first safety car period, and then everybody's dived in for the pits. I can tell you every single car in the race is in the pit lanes, and the safety car is in a really bizarre situation where it's going around circling on its own. You don't get that too often in the world of motorsport, I tell you. It's one thing to have one car out there on its own while everybody else pits in, but to have the safety car just tootling around on its own going, well, what's the point of me being out here? Everybody's in the pits. If I was the safety car driver, I'd be queuing up at the tail end of the field now and just coming into the pits and just ready to pick up a car as it leaves. Mind you, Francisco Horta's car does actually look like it's left the pits, and it looks like it might be the original car. As out of Marcel Muller's car, he will go, and replaced by Enzo Elias. It looked like Antonello Bassani had got out of the car as well to hand over to the Red Bull X Games athlete and Olympic medalist competitor at the Paris Olympic Games this year, Letizia Buffoni. So there's the safety car out on the circuit with nobody to patrol. I've never seen that in all my years of motorsport commentary. Everybody coming into the pit stops behind the safety car, and they're all in the pit lane together. So the safety car is just sat there waiting. We are literally in the middle of a motor race with nobody on the circuit. Well, it sounds like we've got one car on the circuit, but everybody else is in pit road. I have never seen that before. So this is normal circumstances. It is Francisco Horta. So they've got his car repaired, and now he's going to catch up to the safety car. Now, don't worry, he's not going to take the lead because he's going to be several laps down after his mechanical problem earlier on. But I think that came from contact from Khalid Osman's number 25 Porsche. So we've got this bizarre situation where we've got a safety car tootling around on the course, holding up a field of one, because everybody else is still having their pit stop. My goodness me, do you see some weird sights in motorsport sometimes? But I've never seen the entire field in the pits on one lap. So much so that the safety car's got nobody to control, nobody to lead around. You know, nobody wants to play with him. Very sad times for the safety car driver. It doesn't feel particularly useful at this particular point. But all these pit stops are a mandatory 6 minutes in duration. That's from pit in to pit out as well, by the way. So they've got to time that right too to make sure that they stay within that 6 minute window. Gabriel Casagrande windscreen. Very nearly said Lightning McQueen's windshield there, because it is, of course, the same colours. Look at that for a sight. The safety car leads Francisco Horta around the course. And that's it. There's nobody else out there to lead at this moment in time. It's actually William Frere, I should point out. It's not the number 77's regular driver, Francisco Horta. It's actually William Frere, but the point still stands. Now we're getting cars head out onto the circuit again. But that's one of the most bizarre things that I think I'm ever going to see in race commentary. The field is under safety car, but the entire field is in pit lane at the same time. Now, look at those clouds overhead. They're getting pretty difficult to predict. We did say that this race was going to be a little bit drizzly, a little bit damp, and there could be showers over the course of the race itself. Certainly looks like we could be in for one. And so all 30 cars roughly still in this race leave the pits en masse. But this could play havoc with the race lead. Now look who's in the lead of the race. That's Alsu Feldman. So Alsu Feldman in the Tag Heuer car now finds himself in first position. Second place is Thiago Camillo. Don't tell me that is Rubens Barrichello now in third position behind. Yes, it is. So obviously Thiago Camillo's car has been replaced. It's now Rodrigo Melo who's behind the wheel, and they're actually sharing that with the Sprint Challenge rookie champion, Gaio Chavez. who's getting his chance to step up and join this three-driver operation, I should say, to work their way further forward. There are no teams championships, of course, in the Porsche Carrera Cup, in either the Endurance Series of Brazil or in the Carrera Cup. There are no teams championships, so it just comes down to the crew that they've chosen to prepare the car as well as possible. It's just such a bizarre sight. William Frere behind the safety car alone. Never seen that before. Answers on a postcard, please, for one of the more bizarre sights you're ever going to see behind the safety car. There's everybody else trying to catch up to them. And they're obviously at relatively fast speeds trying to catch up to them, but we're still under safety car conditions, don't forget. It looks as though turn one has now been repaired enough for us to go racing again. The pit stop window is shut. Not that that bears any relation to what's happening. Right, Marcel Müller is going to lose a significant amount of time by not coming in on the first lap of the opportunity that was given to him. So when they come out of the pits, there's Feldman leading. Second is Melo. Then it's Rubens Barrichello. Then it's Peludo. So Marcel really had a terrible situation come out of this. He's handed the car over to Enzo Elias. But look, they're even behind Letizia Buffoni. They've lost so much time in the pits this time by that it's absolutely catastrophic as far as their championship aspirations are concerned. Now, Marcel Müller was looking good to win the championship from second position with his main rivals down in fifth. But now, all of a sudden, this race has turned on its head. Now, the safety car is still patrolling with William Frere behind him. Now, Frere is not the leader. I should point that out. Frere is the very first car to come into the pits, having had some technical problems. We think there might have been some contract with another driver, but we're not entirely sure. But certainly we've got this bizarre situation where the safety car is leading one car. There you go. Everybody else is coming through Arkin Bacadas to try and work their way onto the main straight again. But the big beneficiary from this safety car period is Alcy Feldman in the Tag Heuer Porsche. His pit stop, they've managed to get him out ahead of the rest of the field. Absolutely incredible work from his crew. Second place is Rodrigo Melo, and then third position is the champion in waiting. Rubens Barrichello is now well ahead of Marcel Müller. Whoever beats the other over the course of this race is effectively the new champion. And Rubens Barrichello, who now has the same amount of points as, of course, does his teammate Werner Neugebauer. They have the same number of points as William Frere is unlapping himself from the safety car. They would have waved him by to allow the leaders to come back. But, yeah, fascinating scenario to hear the competitors as they get themselves to a strong position. It's all going to come down to patience. We now know that, obviously, with the two teams having been dead level on points, Marcel Müller controlled this race in the early stages, but ever since this safety car period, it's just backfired for him massively. He's now outside the top 10 to my knowledge. So Marcel Müller was leading the race. Guillermo Salas is now the man behind the wheel of the Tag Heuer Porsche, of course. But yeah, I've got a sneaky suspicion that this was all incredibly academic anyway, but there is your man in the lead of this race, Alcy Feldman. They finally caught up to the safety car, so they'll probably go around one more time, and then we will get to restart in fine position. But I have never seen in motorsport commentary for the last 14 years I've been doing this anything quite so bizarre under safety car as seeing the safety car leading just one car around the course. Let's listen in. And we'll ride on board again with Werner Neugebauer, although it's not him behind the wheel, it's Rubens Barrichello, Rubio, as he is known here. Great to hear on-board pictures, even behind the safety car. Maybe they're thinking, I can go much faster than that. I can, honest, promise. Just give me one chance to show you. I'll make it happen. We are getting to the end of the first hour of racing. And incredibly, we're only on lap 23. So I think it's fairly clear to expect that we are not going to go the full distance. We're not going to go the full 117 laps. We're not going to go the full 500 kilometers as predicted. No way. Looks far more likely that we're going to miss out by about 10-15 minutes here. The maximum that they can race to is 4 hours 15. And we just saw a nice little glimpse there of Rubens Barrichello getting himself ready for what promises to be the start of a truly exciting battle on this restart. If he'll get the chance to put on a bit of a show. Obviously wants to ensure that it's going to be one of those days, isn't it? We're going to turn the tide of this championship fight so many times. Marcel Müller and Enzo Elias tied for points with Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello. So whoever beats the other in this race is quite frankly the champions of the Porsche Endurance Series of Brazil, taking place just a mere handful of days since we witnessed the new champion being crowned in fine style. Interestingly enough, it was Marcel Müller who did that on occasion, whereas Enzo Elias, his stablemate at that particular car, where has he come out onto the circuit? 14th is the answer. 14th, a total act of rebellion, but up to the third tier, that's where things could get a little bit more interesting. So very tough stuff indeed from the competitors. And of course, they're just sitting there behind the safety car queue, waiting to get going again. There's Enzo Elias. So pretty much half the field has got ahead of him at that last pit stop. It's gone terribly badly wrong. But there's still a hell of a long way to go. How many times is this championship going to change hands? I've got a feeling that today is one of those days where you could technically sit down for one fellow of another to make it work out. So again, we're waiting for a signal that we're going to go racing again this time. When the safety car lights go out, that's when we are racing, and those are still on. So the safety car lights are, to the best of my knowledge, still on and still engaged. So we are not restarting on lap 24. There is a chance that we could start on lap 25, and that would be certainly be a new challenge for our race leader, who is having a great race so far. Good things do come to those who wait. Guillermo Salas in the #1 Tag Heuer Porsche. That car finally looks like it could be a force to be reckoned with in the long stage of this race, I should say. But we are now 5 minutes away from the end of the first hour, and we've only done 24 laps. That tells you how chaotic these first races have been. And I'm trying to remember the last time we had 4 safety car periods crammed into such a short space of time with such generous giving nature. This race is the gift that gives, isn't it? Motorsport gods giveth and the motorsport gods taketh away, but there's nothing to take away from this brilliant scenario that we've now got in this fantastic 4-hour enduro, the third race of the season in this particular paddock, but also the first time that many of these drivers this year would have raced a Porsche Renanga in Brazil. So still a long way to go, still trying to question the situation, still trying not to freeze anybody out on the restart. That safety car really has earned its stripes today. So it'll be a tricky one, a tough battle. It'll be an interesting one as the competitors work their way through. Safety car lights on in front of Elsie Feldman. Second position though, right in behind. I was going to say Elsie Feldman, it is of course now Guillermo Salas. Let's talk about who's who now that we've had the first stint. The fewest racing laps of our first stint I can ever remember in the Porsche Endurance Series Brazil. But now that the drivers have all swapped positions and swapped from one driver to the other in the first of the 5 mandatory pit stops they're going to receive in this race, it's Guillermo Salas who now leads in the Tag Heuer Porsche number 1. Second is now Rodrigo Melo in front of Rubens Barrichello, who is set to become champion if he stays in 3rd position. 4th is Miguel Paludo. 5th is Jeff Gyasi. 6th place Yosemar Junior now behind the wheel of the Senna helmeted colour scheme. 7th position, right in behind, that is Luis Razia in the 199 car. Then it is Marco Pisani in the number 12. We'll talk about that in some details. Rafael Suzuki is behind the wheel of the number 70. Felipe Chiaffoni is behind the wheel of car number 3. They were the ones who we originally thought it was. So fascinating stuff. Riding on board, even almost idle in safety car periods. But they've had plenty of time to practice what the procedure is now, haven't they? 4 safety car periods in the space of the first few laps. Now, they do say that safety cars breed safety cars. This isn't quite what we had in mind, because we are now approaching the end of the very first hour of racing here. And this is absolutely bizarre. 4 separate incidents that give us 4 safety car periods, and the safety car lights are still on. So clearly there's still a bit of work to be done. But everybody is just trying to keep themselves in a very safe position on this restart. They do not want to have to deal with too much fallout. As once again, Thiago Camillo just hoping for an exciting run. This is earlier on in the race, side by side, beautiful overtaking move that from Alan Hellmeister to get through on the inside line there. Really aware of the fact that if we probably can't be the champions, then we can do something else spectacular. We can still keep our motivation sky high. Then there was this incident between Elsie Feldman, Nito and Leonardo Herrmann, and poor Luis Souza trying to get it out of their way, had nowhere to go, round the outside, caught the grass, and that was it. And then almost every other lap to this point, I think it's something like 7 miles or something that we have trouble-free racing. Everything else has just been safety cars all along. And there are the 2 cars that went off the road, Peter Fetter and Fifo Barrichello. We still don't really know what happened between those 2. I think the camera operator on that particular corner wasn't able quite to spot the initial impact of the car. But as the cars work their way through, we're hoping that the safety car light extinguishes on this particular lap so that we can go back to racing conditions once again. There was that big incident, big impact for 2 cars, and that is the one that has brought us to the current safety car point that we have on the circuit, namely of Nelson Monteiro and Piero Cefali, 2 drivers who will certainly be out of the race. There's the accident from a bigger, wider shot. You can see in the top left of your screen there. My goodness me, what a lot of work to do. As into the pits for the 2nd mandatory pit stop, is it? Everywhere. Oh no, this is the first pit stop we're still looking at. We're still looking at replays. And this is the pit stop from earlier on. I thought we were going to get the 2nd mandatory pit stop out of the way straight away. There's no cost-effective way of doing that while we're on the safety car. So let's have a look back to the live action and look at that rain cloud. The circuit looked bone dry before. Now it looks anything but its love for any particular person, really. Oh, there is a penalty. Ah, now that's for the number 1 and the number 80. So that is Guillermo Salas, and the 80 is caught up in that as well. That's not quite so dramatic. But both cars have been penalised because their pit stop was less than the allocated time. The other one accused of breaking the rules somewhat. Oh, the irony of ironies. Nelson Piquet Jr. now currently behind the wheel. So as the safety car returns to the action up at the sharp end of the dais for the 4th time in this race. Took a bit of time to get him in there at the front end, but now it's all fun and games. Look at that crowd. Capacity crowd here for the Porsche Endurance Series Brazil. This is a country that really loves its motorsport. There's the damage currently being assessed by the marshal on that corner, just to make sure that it's okay. Any less than that, and it could be very tricky as they continue to make good use of the situation on this restart. Let's see what we're going to get. Safety car lights are still on. Are we going to go racing this time by? The safety car lights are still on. I don't see them going out anytime soon. So just waiting to see now if the lights switch off at the bottom of the pack. Now that is the last remnants of the accident that took out 2 of the cars. The cars in question, namely that of Nelson Monteiro and Piero Cefali, tripped over each other and then sailed into the barriers pretty much at top speed initially. They would have scrubbed up a little bit of speed. The safety car stays out. So now we've got to try and figure out when this race is going to restart again, because again, Thiago Camilo has backed up the plaque and gone for his restart procedure with a small modicum of insanity, the way that this is all played out. So our field of 38 has now dropped to a field officially of 31. Fascinating, these pit stop phases, because there are no right or wrong answers to get this done. So everybody is just getting themselves from that sound as they need to move forward. So as you can see, Guillermo Salas is now trying to weave the car from side to side, try and put a little bit of action into this restart ahead of Rodrigo Melo and Rubens Barrichello, the man who's got such an unlucky streak on this particular circuit. It's been a real bogeyman racetrack for him. Almost won here, didn't you? Says the competitors around him. Well, let's see about that. Don't think we're going to see you win one today. It's going to get hustled on the way through. This is Melo. So Melo in the number 8 Porsche, just trying to work his way further forward. But safety car stays out yet longer. So clearly there's a lot more damage to the barriers than first meets the eye. Now the safety car lights are out. Well, we've waited long enough. It's now the end of lap 29, and we are going to go racing again at Interlagos. But the leader this time is going to be Guillermo Salas in front of Rodrigo Melo, Rubens Barrichello, then Miguel Paludo, Jeff Giassi, Osmar Junior, Luis Razia, Marco Pisani, and then we've got Rafael Suzuki and Felipe Giafonte. So drivers have got to be very careful as they go back to racing conditions, but it is the perfect launch from the new race leader, the number 1 car. So as we go back to racing conditions, it's green, 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 green here at Interlagos, and the field charges its way through to the first couple of corners, but it's A-OK for our leader. So into some fascinating battles going on through the train of the field, and it shows you actually Rubens Barrichello starting to bottleneck the field a little bit. He doesn't really want to be out there playing with these things. Oh, careful on this restart. The last thing you want is to give your teammate the ignominy of sitting through a penalty that Guillermo Salas is trying his best to hang on till. On the far side, love these static helmet cams to the side of the course now. So now let's get some green flag racing under our belts. Big dive up the inside there for our new race leader. Rodrigo Melo trying to take on Guillermo Salas. There's a penalty, drive-through penalty for the pit stop being shorter than expected and certainly shorter than it was legal for it to do. And that has cost dearly. The 808 car involved in that one. Here we go again then. Let's see if we're going to get a change for second place here. Rubens Barrichello has got a very good run indeed here on the second place man, Rodrigo Melo. Is this going to be what it needs for Rubens Barrichello to take himself one step closer to the title? He is going to go for it. He's Rubens. He dives in on the inside line and the door was left wide open up into the first corner because Jeff Giassi gets in front as well. He sees the opportunity, he takes the gap and he gets ahead. So an absolutely terrific run then from the number 1 car. Guillermo Salas was leading this race at one stage. Now, hang on a minute. What's happened to the number 1? Oh, Guillermo Salas is the one leading the race. My apologies. So it's... Oh, another incident. Now, this one looks like it's just a mechanical. So let's have a look at a replay. This is further back in the pack. Whoa! Around goes the treble 8. That is, I was going to say Linu Perez. And it's now Christian Hahn who's actually behind the wheel of that car. And he's been run out to dry with no space to recover. And that's another one. So that is going to be safety car period number 5. Because we've got 2 cars off the road now. Genuinely, I'm starting to think we're going to get to the full 10. The way things currently are. Absolutely incredible. Well, it's definitely looking a little bit more chilled out now that they come to the start-finish line again. There is the safety car making its 5th appearance in this race. And we go into the second hour. That means that we're going to have 5 complaints folders for the next couple of years. Here is Sadek. Quite an interesting scenario at the moment. We've got several cars here all trying to work their way into a top professional race battle. You can see there the stricken Porsche just off to your right of your picture. Very unfortunate indeed to see the retirement there from Christian Hahn. I don't think he's able to get through. Right, a penalty for the number 29 for not respecting the restart procedure. Now that is Thiago Camilo, Rodrigo Melo. They decided to penalise him. That car has been given a drive-through penalty. Wow, there's going to be an interesting argument about it. Let's look at the incident they're talking about. This is currently one of the earlier situations. This is one of the earlier problems that the field told us about. Thiago Camilo actually now putting it into position. So an interesting situation. But we are under safety car period once again. And you may have noticed that it's actually a different safety car, because that safety car, the previous one, has been out for several laps of the course. It's probably needing to be refueled. So a tough situation then for all of the contenders. But we are in a very bizarre situation here. 5 safety car periods now, as the competitors are having a very, very tricky race of it. Very tricky time. So now the contenders are hoping for another situation to describe here. Right, we've got another investigation now. Christian Hahn under investigation for an incident with the number 27. That's Josimar Junior. So that's Josimar Junior in the Senna tribute car. But they appear to have had an accident. That seems to be why they are off the road. Now, that was certainly news to us. I wasn't aware of the fact that we had that problem. So, a very difficult situation for the contenders. But now we've got another investigation. Right, let's have a look and see what happened. Josimar Junior. Oh, he's pulled right across at the braking zone for the treble 8. So the argument is, well, look, I didn't have any space. Of course I went into the gravel. I didn't have any space to do anything. Well, baffling situation. Very, very weird race that is currently playing out here now at the moment as we go into safety car period number 5. So this is a really difficult, bizarre situation that we've got here now. 5 safety car periods. I mean, we had, I think, a grand total of 5 safety car periods in the entirety of the 300 kilometers that we ran at Tomás de Rio Hondo in Argentina earlier this year. I'm fairly sure there were 5 safety car periods all race. And now here we are at the end of the first hour. We're into the second hour of racing now, but we're only on lap 34 of the 117 laps. So there's no way now that we're going to get to the 500 kilometers mark. It's never going to happen. So we're going to reach 4 hours and 15 minutes first. And there's a bit of body work there, a bit of debris that's actually caught in the radiator of Guillermo Salas's Tag Heuer Porsche. Now they've got to be careful of that, because if that gets caught and flips up a bit, that could actually go into the radiator. That could cause quite a considerable amount of damage to that particular car. So a very difficult situation, I'm afraid, for the contenders in this one. But I'm sorry to say, it is a baffling scenario for the contenders at this point. So I would suspect that we're going to see more drama in this race, and I'm half expecting now to see cars going around the circuit with windshield wipers engaged, because I think we're going to get a little bit of rain on the circuit very soon indeed. Just a baffling turn of events here, that we've got 5 safety car periods in the space of, what is it, 30 laps roughly? You just never would have predicted that, never would have expected that at this point in proceedings. But just a very, very strange scenario that we currently now find ourselves in. Just so odd. But we are obviously going to try and continue and get through as much of the race without too many difficulties left as possible. But then that is easier said than done. We're on board with Rubens Barrichello. So Rubens Barrichello hoping for a decent run in this race, and certainly his car is currently looking good. Now, have we got the penalty served now? Yes, the penalty, I do believe, has been served by the 29, Rodrigo Melo. Oh no, sorry, they're down in 4th position, but the penalty has not been taken yet. Now, I don't think they can take that penalty until the race goes back to green flag conditions, but it's a drive-through penalty for Rodrigo Melo. It's his teammate that obviously transgressed enough to pick up the penalty, but they've done that based on their restart. So a really strange scenario. This is just, I got a feeling this is going to turn into one of those races where it just gets crazier and crazier and crazier as the race goes on. I seem to recall a Stock Car Pro Series race that we covered here on Motorsport TV just 2 years ago, and that was on the Velo Park circuit, where we had the most astonishing scenario play out. I can't believe I'm about to say this, and you had to witness it in real life to understand what the situation was. We ended up having 8 safety car periods across 2 races in the space of 75 minutes. Now, that was pretty baffling, pretty crazy scenario, and certainly very unique circumstances. But it's starting to look like we're going to get very similar today in the Endurance Series race. We're on lap 36. I'm actually trying to count how many green flag racing laps we've had. I don't think it's more than about 9. I think every other lap has been behind safety car. So the competitors are obviously hoping for a relatively strong run, but it's going to be very tricky to know, going to get the best of it as they form themselves back up into the line. But everybody seems to have a tricky scenario ahead of them now. It's going to be a really fascinating situation for the competitors as they get themselves back up to prominence once again. First of all, we need to get back up to racing conditions. So this safety car, I think the lights should be going out on this lap or the next one. But the next phase of the race is actually going to be pretty tricky to predict what happens next, because we're going to have a very bizarre twist of fate now, especially if we're going to get rain. And there's a very good chance we're going to get some rain. It's been predicted for quite some time. This weekend has not been a good one in terms of weather forecast. Is that the lights out on the safety car? No, lights are still on the safety car. So, are the officials just trying to make a point to the drivers here? It's like, come on, you know the score now. Well, they're finally recovering the treble 8. That's how long it actually took them to recover the car. And look, they're gesturing to the treble 8. They're gesturing to the driver, Christian Hahn. Can you actually steer the car left and right? Because if we can tow you back to the pits, and you can try and carry on with racing. And that will actually help you out quite a bit now. What a baffling scenario this is. So many safety car periods, so little laps completed in the race distance. Now I'm trying to do the math here to figure out when we get to 1/3 distance. We're not that far away from it, actually, in the grand scheme of things. I think to get to 1/3 distance is only going to be a couple of laps away. So yeah, lap 39 is 1/3 distance. And then of course at the halfway point, once they've completed lap 57, there is some championship points on offer at that point. Normally it's 52 points for taking the victory outright, 26 if you are leading the race at the halfway point. So safety cars still towards the field around in front of Guillermo Salas. But are the lights out on the safety car this time? Yes, they are. So we are going to get back up to racing conditions. 37 laps into this race. There's still a bit of debris tagged on the radiator for Guillermo Salas. But behind him is Rubens Barrichello in second. Then it is Jeff Chiassi in front of Rodrigo Melo, Miguel Paludo, Luis Razia, Rafael Suzuki, Yosimar Junior, Felipe Giafoni, Enzo Elias, and Marco Pisani on this restart. Well, this is going to be baffling. Are we going to get back up to speed once again? The cars will come off the turn. They'll get back on the power. And now we're going to go racing. But is this going to be a good restart from Guillermo Salas? Rubens Barrichello, of course, is one place away from taking the lead. And if he takes the lead, he goes into championship winning position. And basically, all he's got to do is beat the 544 car, but this couldn't be better on the restart. It's green, 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 green. And we're back to racing conditions. Rubens Barrichello trying to go the long way round on Guillermo Salas through turn 1. Jeff Chiassi holds on from Rodrigo Melo for a while longer, and that's Miguel Paludo hanging on to 5th position. That sky is looking ominous, as we could be getting quite a bit of rain hit the circuit at this point of proceedings. But we are back to racing conditions once again here in Interlagos. So the contenders work their way through. Side by side further back, that looks like Enzo Elias under some pressure from the number 3 car to the 544, going wheel to wheel with Felipe Giafoni. So Felipe Giafoni actually running out a little bit wide and losing the position there in the end to Rafael Martins. That's the car that's being shared by the rookie champion from this year, Ismael Salmen, and the driver that's also in that particular run. And that is Chelio Brasil in that particular car. So Enzo Elias just taking his time. There's a long way to go in this race. A long, long way to go. So let's see how it's all going to continue. Could be a tricky one to see how it all plays out. But it will be a tricky one as we go side by side now. This is a big opportunity up on the inside. Careful that there's no contact. And coming into the pits to serve the drive-through. That is a very unfortunate situation for Rodrigo Melo, but he has to serve the drive-through. So he will fall to the back of the grid as Yosimar Junior is going to lose out to Enzo Elias round the far side. Elias gets ahead of Yosimar Junior. That's another position made up past the Senna helmet colours of the Porsche. And they're down through the drive-through penalty being served. That is a very disgruntled, very unhappy Rodrigo Melo. Was looking good at one point, was leading the race at one stage. But now Rubens Barrichello in second place, trying to shake off Jeff Gyasi. So it's a really tricky one as out of the car gets the treble 8. So that is Chris Hahn. Oh, he's very unhappy indeed with the contact there of Yosimar Junior. Doing the old-fashioned, slightly thick gesture that we used to do in school back in the day. It's good to see that that gesture still holds merit in the 2024 motor racing season. It's quite clear what he thinks of the situation. He kind of feels that it was a silly situation that should never really have happened. But certainly for the time being, Christian Hahn and the team, having got that car back to the pits, they're going to need to do a little bit of repair work to send them back out again. But they're now going to be several laps down. Right, Rubens Barrichello has not been able to keep tabs on Guillermo Salas the way he would have liked. And in fact, it's Jeff Gyasi that is now making the bid to go for second position. And he's got the slipstream on Barrichello. Barrichello's going to have to work very hard to keep him back. Gyasi still there to the inside line, and he gets through nice and easy. But there's no real panic at this stage of the race. There's no real problem to concern themselves with. We complete lap 39. That's 1/3 distance now completed in this crazy race. It's running wide a little bit there. Miguel Paludo now running in 4th place. But the big battle for the championship is between Rubens Barrichello and Enzo Elias, and that's into the pit lane then. That's a mechanical problem. That's Luis Razia. So Luis Razia, having taken over from Gianluca Pedikov in the first stint, Luis Razia has now brought the car in, and that is definitely not looking good in any way, shape or form. And into the pits again comes the 29, but is this scheduled pit stop time? Yes, it looks like it is. So this is pit stop number 2 of the mandatory 5 pit stops in the race, and this is how Jeff Gyasi got through on Rubens Barrichello once again. So second pit stops now in then, as we've got 2 cars in pit lane. That is both Felipe Giafoni and Yosimar Junior. So 2 cars in pit lane as the number 1 continues on its way. Guillermo Salas hoping that at the pit stops they'll be able to stay in front. Mandatory pit stops 5 times during the course of this race, all of 6 minutes obligatory. And that is to keep it nice and fair and even between all of the teams in all of the various scenarios that they are presented with. So obviously there's always going to be a little bit of pressure between the competitors here. They all want to be in a good situation. They all want to make sure that they are obviously having a car that is well managed and well looked after, well maintained. This is where the mechanics earn their stripes. No team's championship, but obviously there's a lot of pride at stake here. Into the pits for their scheduled pit stop then is the 139. Driver changes galore. Everybody just trying to make sure that they're on top of the situation. you go. Janela aberta, that is the Portuguese for pit window open. This is a fantastic little duel we got going on here between these 4 cars. And it really is quite a tricky race battle that we've got going on between them at the moment. As we now have Attila Abreu, Ricardo Mauricio, Nelson Piquet Jr. and Tony Kanaan having a sensational battle for position. Talk about a plethora of talent. There's some big names in this duel. And it is excellent stuff. Attila Abreu, the winner of the 500th ever Stock Car Pro Series race. Ricardo Mauricio, the former Formula 3000 and Red Bull Junior driver. Nelson Piquet Jr., the first ever champion in FIA Formula E. And behind him, Indy 500 winner Tony Kanaan. As into the pits comes Jeff Gyasi from what was second position ahead of Rubens Barrichello. Now, Barrichello's got to be careful. He's falling into the clutches of Miguel Paludo. And right behind him, of course, he's got a little bit of fun from Rafael Suzuki. But the next car in the line is the 544 of Enzo Elias. So he can't afford to lose too much time in too short a space of time here. It's a bit aggravating, but you can't really afford to have too many complexities, too many difficulties. Schedule pit stop, because that's Nelson Piquet Jr. having now brought the car in. He'll hand that car back over to his teammate Ruman Zimkovic, but that was on the end of lap 41. He decides to make that decision. Well, I don't want to jinx it too much, folks, but I can tell you that this is the longest green flag period of racing we've had in this race so far, whatever happens. So good to see that finally the cars are starting to settle into position, and we finally get to see how these endurance race formats really go. I am baffled by how quickly Guillermo Salas has been able to pull clear in that Tag Heuer Porsche. That is really impressive stuff. To have got a clean bill of health on the restart, to make a good rest of it, just keep it nice and tidy. And he is doing an absolutely stellar race drive at the moment. Just putting well clear of the rest of the field. He doesn't need to panic too much about his pit stop. He'll want to build a tiny bit of a gap just to give himself that little bit of extra breathing space. Into the pits then comes Rubens Barrichello and Miguel Paludo. Oh, Paludo is going to overtake Rubens Barrichello in the pit lane entry nearly. He actually went beyond the pit lane access road. So that's going to need to be investigated. 2 cars at their pit stops. Will Miguel Paludo be given a token slap on the wrist there by the officials for not slowing down in time, going far too quickly into the pit lane? We're going to see that replay again. Here it is. Look at Paludo, the second car. He just misses the pit lane entry road completely and very nearly skates into the back of Rubens Barrichello's car. That could have been so messy. And that could have been a real problem for everybody else coming into the pits as well, of course. So let's ride on board with Paludo. Ay, 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 how close did that get? That could have been a very expensive moment indeed for both drivers. So there is Guillermo Salas in the Tag Heuer Porsche number 1, still leading, still looking comfortable, as everybody else pretty much has found themselves into pit road, or is about to find themselves on pit road. Guillermo Salas is actually going to be one of the final drivers in this race to come in for their second pit stop. But it is about now you want to do it, otherwise you run the risk of really pushing it in terms of race strategy. You've got to be really focused on the objectives. So diving into the pits last minute, nicely done there from Guillermo Salas, making everybody think, oh, well, it's probably not going to be this lap, if I'm honest. Well, it is now. So we spent so long perfecting circuit design to cope with these modern runoff areas and give each other a little bit of extra breathing space, but that has, it seems like it's already extended to the competitors in another plane of run. Right, here is number 1. Out of the car again, we'll get Guillermo Salas. Back into it, we'll get Alcy Feldman, one of the most popular competitors in this paddock, and certainly very safely out of the car for Guillermo Salas. So it's going to be a really tough situation for everybody as they continue on. They're going to make their way out of that particular part of the race back into another one. We're still under green flag conditions, of course, but pretty much everybody now coming into the pits. Now, there is Rubens Barrichello in pit lane, changing the tyres. They don't need to rush this. Every team's got mandatory 6 minutes. Now, this could be bad timing for everybody because everybody's going back onto slick tyres, as you can see, and they are slicks. They're not racing versions of road-going tyres. They are slick tyres. Now, looking at that sky, it's actually going to be a very difficult scenario for the contenders because now they're into the pits for the second time. But I'm looking at that sky and I'm actually quite concerned. I'm quite nervous because it looks like we could be getting a rain shower at the next phase of position. Right, the two drivers talking to each other now about the situation, just trying to get a balance of what's going on out on the course. Meanwhile, we're going wheel to wheel on the racetrack. That's Josimar Junior racing for position. In fact, that might not be Josimar Junior anymore. That might be Sergio Romayo having got back behind the wheel, and it is indeed. So Sergio Romayo going wheel to wheel and battling it out with now who is that? Who was racing with Nelson Marcondes, and he's got a problem with the front bumper. Front bonnet of the car is flapping in the breeze here. Now that could cause a real problem, especially if that pops up. So it's a very scary situation as Sergio Romayo is desperately trying to get up the inside as running wide. That's the 139 having got out of the pits. So rejoining the circuit, that's Israel Salmen, the rookie driver. It's going to go 3 wide into the beacon of Pato. Careful, boys. So nearly an accident there. They just about give each other enough room to negotiate the corner. Dear, oh dear, that got messy. That got really, really complicated at that point of the course, didn't it? Well, they just about managed to stay away from each other. And, well, a really tricky situation for them all. But we managed to avert away from contact. Right, that is the number 31 getting back out onto the circuit again. So Jeff Gyasi hands the car back to Marcos Regadas as they managed to finish their pit stop in proceedings. So it's going to be an interesting one for the contenders now as they prepare for an exciting run. But Rubens Barrichello, goodness me, looking pretty sweaty out there on the course. Thumbs up. He's had an amazing stint, managing to get himself up from what was P8 on the grid to what is currently a championship winning position. Now I need to figure out where they have rejoined, because obviously we need to see what the situation is once everybody has made their pit stops and rejoined. But there is a little bit of distance now between the cars, so we need to wait until everybody's come through at the end of their pit stops, as Werner Neugebauer has now got back behind the wheel of the number 8 machine. So it's going to be an interesting one for the contenders as they run through in positions. But it will be a tight run and a very close proximity race for them. Out onto the circuit again goes Werner Neugebauer, and it looks like Alan Hellmeister is getting out onto the circuit again as well, just behind. So it's going to be a very tight race again between those two as they exit the pits once more. Really tricky. It's going to be a really tricky scenario, really difficult race mode for them to come back to. But now we've got the fast-paced Marcos Regadas trying to get back into the race lead. And this could actually work out in favour for Marcos Regadas. Has he done well enough on the exit of the pits to make this work? Back up to speed again goes Werner Neugebauer. And where is Regadas going to filter out in relation? Could he actually split them on the exit? It's going very quickly. I think he's not going to get out ahead of either of them, actually. Werner Neugebauer is going to stay in front. And now Alan Hellmeister has just popped out the Brandt Porsche number 7 into the mix there. So it's been pretty tricky as they work their way forward. But, oh, side by side. Is that going to be enough to go around the outside and get the move on Alan Hellmeister? It is! But Hellmeister's not giving it up. And he gets back in on the inside line. Oh, terrific racecraft. And they duel for position. My, oh my, oh my. Alan Hellmeister's rolled his sleeves up and gone for it. So that was pretty tricky stuff. So in terms of race distance, we are not at half distance yet. That is 57 laps. But in terms of race duration as to when the checkered flag is now going to fall, we are beyond half distance because, of course, the maximum time limit is 4 hours and 15 minutes. We're not even at half distance yet, and we have already covered very nearly 2 hours of racing. So it's hard to know whether we're going to get, we might actually get all of the race distance in. Here we go, another attempt here from Marcos Regadas, trying to go around the outside of Alan Hellmeister. But Hellmeister puts the Brandt Porsche in exactly the right place to squeeze him out. Right, there is Marcel Müller. So Werner Neugebauer is going to blast past, and he's going to take the lead of the championship back again, as down the straight, he's going to go wheel to wheel with the former race leader, and he takes the lead. Werner Neugebauer is leading at Interlagos, and they are in position to win the championship. Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello take the lead in the 500 kilometers of Interlagos by just a mere couple of meters in front of Elsie Feldman in the Tag Heuer Porsche. And so now we have got ourselves a fight for the championship. Marcel Müller finds himself in 6th position now that the merry-go-round of the pit stops is finished. And amazingly, from the start of the grid to where we are now, the roles are completely reversed. It was Marcel Müller on pole position, and now he is down in 6th position. Originally, Werner Neugebauer started this race from P8, and he's now leading. That just shows you nothing is for certain, nothing is ever clear. As Alan Hellmeister is trying to go around the outside of Elsie Feldman, we ride on board with Werner Neugebauer, shaking his head. He's not particularly happy, as Lucas Salas, that is, the number 70, now getting into the mix of these guys. Hellmeister is going to come through into 2nd position around the outside of Elsie Feldman, and watch out as here comes the 31, trying to get himself into the mix here as well. Side by side, Elsie Feldman versus Marcos Regadas to turn 1, up to the center S, and watch out because there could be an opportunity as well for Lucas Salas. And here comes Marcel Müller trying to come around the outside of all of them. Salas is going to be crowded out. Marcel Müller is going to keep his foot in and gets up into 4th position. Brilliant racecraft from Marcel Müller. He is not giving up on this championship anytime yet. So Hellmeister 2nd. Werner Neugebauer is pulling well clear. Marcel Müller is now having to go protective to stop the onslaught from Elsie Feldman. But Lucas Salas is going wheel to wheel with him. Lucas Salas is going to pick this up around the outside of Elsie Feldman, and he's gone through. So Lucas Salas now up into B5, and here comes Sergio Romayo in the Senna colours. So this could end up being pretty tasty between these two drivers as well. Let's see if this is going to continue as they work their magic up the top end of the craft. There we are. Well, it settles down a little bit now, but that was looking a little bit tricky for a time there. And now Marcel Müller has actually given himself a real boost as far as his potential to run in the championship fight. So it's going to be an interesting run for the contenders in this one as they continue in on the far side. And the battle still raging here, as now Sergio Romayo is trying to get himself into this fight. So the contenders battling away for position, hoping for another tricky run as they run to the first corner. But out in front, Werner Neugebauer has transformed his championship. It's been absolutely exceptional what he's been able to do in such a short space of time. It's absolutely monstrous how he has completely transformed his race. He's genuinely given himself the best possible chance, because they started way back in 8th position on the grid, don't forget. So this has been a monumental turnaround. Sergio Romayo trying to go around the outside of Elsie Feldman. It's really tricky to see if he's going to get his opportunity to make the move. But Sergio Romayo really starting to hunt down for the opposition move. Now he's going to try again for the inside line. There's not going to be enough space. Can't make the overtaking move there. So the opportunity comes good again. But it should be another interesting battle for them as they continue in position. Going to get to see now if Sergio Romayo can have another crack at it. Could be tricky to see if there's going to be another push forward. And now let's see what we're going to get as the contenders continue to move forward. Should be another fascinating duel between them as they come up the top of the hill. So the battle continues on. But now Elsie Feldman looking a little bit shaky. Sergio Romeo is really giving him a bit of run. He's got to be careful with that car though, because the wind gets under that loose bit of the bonnet, and that bonnet is going straight up over the windscreen. They've got to be careful. So they've just got to pray that that bonnet stays in position. We've seen it a couple of times in Porsche in Brazil before this year. You just get a little bit of wind resistance under that bonnet, and it's going to tip it up right in front of the windscreen, and he's got to be careful going down the exit of Center S. Otherwise, the car's just going to skate off the road. Well, we started in bone dry, sunny conditions. Now the clouds have come in and it's got a bit more overcast. And there's a penalty, 6 seconds penalty. And that penalty has been given to the 808. So that is the car combination of Caetano, Gonçalves and Garcia. That's a 6 second penalty. That's to do with their pit stop not managing to last the full 6 minutes that it should have done. So now they've been given a 6 second penalty for it. We're on board with Alan Hellmeister. Let's have a listen in. Hellmeister trying to get that gap down a little bit now to Rubens Barrichello. Interestingly, we still apparently have one car up at the sharp end of the field. Oh, the number 8 has been penalised. The number 8 has been penalised. That's Werner Neugebauer. So Werner Neugebauer has been given a penalty. That has changed this championship. So Werner Neugebauer is going to fall back behind Marcel Müller. 6 seconds penalty, which I think needs to be taken at their next pit stop. And looking at how many seconds it is between them and the next car. Now this is a run for further back in the pack. This is Cesar Ramos now running right in behind Antonella Bassani and diving through. Oh no, that's Werner Neugebauer getting past Antonella Bassani, I do believe. That's to put a lap on her. So Antonella Bassani is the lone ranger within that particular car. Oh no, sorry, it's not Antonella Bassani, because they've got 3 cars, they've got 3 drivers in that team, because obviously we've seen the first stint from Antonella Bassani, we've seen the first stint from Letizia Buffoni, so now that is Cecilia Rebelo, the F4 Brazil race winner, who is taking part in Porsches for the first time, and in an endurance race at Interlagos as well. She's a brave driver, I'll give her that. This is not an easy race to make your endurance race debut in the 500 kilometers, but I suppose to a certain degree, when you've got 3 drivers in your team, and you know that the Carrera Cup has already been wrapped up on Wednesday, Antonella Bassani becoming the Sport Challenge Vice Champion, having the Challenge Vice Champion, I should say. She wasn't the Sport Challenge Champion, because she won the overall title last year, so she would have to be in Challenge just on its own merit. But certainly a very solid run thus far for this man, Werner Neugebauer. But they are going to take a penalty. And it looks like there is going to be the 44 pit stop. They have not considered their pit stop, their obligatory pit stop. Now that is the car that is showing up as leading the race. That's Torresano. So apparently they've not taken their obligatory pit stop the way that they should have done, or either they haven't taken it, or it's been registered that they've come in twice and, you know, it's not the correct pit stop. But for whatever reason, they've been given a penalty of some kind now as well. So there is Sergio Romeo still giving pressure, this time to Lucas Salas. Up on the inside line, can he get the overtaking move on Salas? Well, Salas isn't going to leave any space, he doesn't have to. So through they come again, battling for another big opportunity to try and work their way further forward if they can get the moves. It's not going to be particularly easy to finish this off, is it? So still they work their magic. Still they're going to try and get a move on the inside line. Oh, Sergio Romeo still seeking that move on Lucas Salas. Still trying to find that overtake. It's not going to be easy to find. I really am concerned for that bonnet though. The wind resistance here, the way that the wind direction can change dramatically. All it takes is one big gust of wind and that bonnet is going to be blown up through the resistance of the wind pushing underneath it. And that's going to be a Porsche bonnet over windshield scenario. And around this circuit, that can be pretty terrifying, especially if it happens at high speed, which is what they're at the moment, of course, down the main straight. But Sergio Romeo is not slowing down any. If anything, he's actually speeding up on Lucas Salas now, trying to find his overtaking move. They come off the start-finish straight. They go through the Senna S. Left, right, long left, and off the course again goes Sergio Romeo. Just in front of the hard-charging Cesar Ramos, who's now getting frustrated being sat behind the Senna colours. It's a beautiful car design, it really is, incorporating the helmet colours of the late great Ayrton Senna de Silva. But there is your man in the lead of the championship battle, Marcel Muller. How do you split these two cars, honestly? How do you split it? At the moment, it comes down to pole positions, I do believe, and so Marcel Muller and Enzo Elias would emerge from this season as the new champions. Up the inside, Marcel Muller wanting to get back into this fight, having a look to try and get back on the inside of Marcos Regadas. Wants to get ahead if he gets the chance. So now it looks as though the leaders, Torresano behind the wheel, they have come into the pits now. It's a bit late, and unfortunately, them coming into the pits twice was not official. The second one, I think, was accident damage, so they kind of forgot they needed to make a obligatory pit stop at that time. So they've now decided to take it, but it really has completely ruined their race. So Marcel Muller still hustling for position, still hoping that there's a chance to get ahead of Marcos Regadas as they complete 50 laps out of 117. Touch and go as to whether this race is actually going to go the full distance or not. It's hard to know one way or the other. It could be shortened due to the time constraints available to us. But certainly for the moment, it's all about these two. Lucas Salas versus Sergio Romeo. So Romeo really giving good chase. It's an interesting tactic because they've decided to put Sergio Romeo in the car first, knowing that the sister driver, Jostamar Junior, is just not quite on that same wavelength. So it's certainly something that gives him a chance to work his way further forward. Romeo still hunting this overtaking move. It's going to happen at some point. The question is when. And the question as well is also how. 50 laps completed in the 500 kilometers of Interlagos. So we're going to go the full 500k. We need to complete 117 laps of the course. That is 2/3 longer. 2 additional thirds added to the length of the Grand Prix here, because the Grand Prix is just about 300 kilometers in length, or 71 racing laps. We're doing 500 kilometers, so take 2/3 of a Formula One race, bolt it onto the total of an average Formula One race, and that is how long this race actually is. Right, Cesar Ramos is under pressure now. Here comes Costa. Costa trying to get up the inside line. Is that going to be enough for an overtake? And also at the same time, we've got Sergio Romeo getting up the inside line there of Lucas Salas. And that's job done. Brilliant racecraft from Sergio Romeo. And the tributes to Ayrton Senna, which have been at the circuit all year long, left by various competitors in the field at various different events. They'll be very pleased to see the Senna colours hit the front of this queue. And this is one of the contenders over the sharp end of the field. That's Bruno Campos, Costa and Vivacqua. And the 3 drivers should be very impressed because at the moment they're currently leading in the rookie campaign, having had a beautifully judged run-up to all this. But this is going very well indeed for them. They just want to keep this favourable in terms of statistics. They've learnt a lot over the course of this season, and there's a lot more to come from the competitors in the Porsche categories next year as well. Right, this is the battle between Marcel Muller and Jeff Gyasi, although I will note that Gyasi has not put away to the tune that he would have liked to have done so. So still the battle going on. This is actually Marcos Regadas behind the wheel, my apologies. So Marcos Regadas still drilling away with the man who is set to take the championship if it keeps going this way. Marcel Muller up over the top of the crest. No major concerns yet. Big dive up the inside, though. That's going to be a proper dive bomb, and it's going to be Cesar Ramos getting through beautifully. So Cesar Ramos gets ahead of the ever-limping Lucas Salas. And that really helps his race out. It's a bit of ambivalence at Lucas Salas' crew. Very difficult how this race is playing out to be predictable. Still a tough old race battle as the field works its way through, but thank goodness we haven't had any safety cars of late. We finally stopped having safety cars galore at around about lap 31, lap 32. That doesn't mean to say we won't get another one, especially if that thick black rain cloud over the circuit decides it's going to dispense some water on the circuit. This track has a bit of a habit of being a crash magnet. So it's going to be an interesting challenge for all of the contenders as they want to run in position. They'll have a tough one as they continue on their journey further forward. But the battle is still going to be an extreme one as all of our contenders are looking for a little bit more normality from this part of the stint. So still this race rages on. At the moment, Werner Neugebauer knows he's got a penalty coming up at the next pit stop. Another 6 seconds will be added to their pit stop due to short running their pit stop strategy. No wonder they were able to leapfrog past everybody in such a spectacular form, because they just missed out on the standard pit stop. So here are the leaders in the Carrera Cup across the three classes. Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello leading in Carrera. Then Marcos Regadas and Jeff Gyasi in Sport. And then it's the trio of Campos, Costa and Vivacqua in the rookie display at the moment. In Challenge, it's very different. We've got Roque and Batista leading both in Challenge and Sport. And then in the rookie camp, it is the young teenager Alcifel Benito sharing his car with Gabriel Casagrancha, the two-time Stock Car Pro Series champion, vaguely fighting for this year's championship as well. In fact, next week, they're going to be out battling for the title at the Autodromo Internacional Ayrton Senna in Goiânia. So that'll be fascinating to see how that one plays out. So I said to you that it's going to be a tight run thing as to whether we're going to get to 4 hours and 15 minutes or whether we're going to get to the full 117 laps first. Any more safety cars and we're not going to get the full 117 laps. It's that simple, because we had 5 safety car periods in the space of 30 laps, which is one of the most bizarre statistics I've ever seen in endurance racing. But in the next 5.5 minutes or so, we're going to reach the end of 2 hours. We need to figure out how many laps we're going to complete by the end of 2 hours and 7.5 minutes. Just wanted to ride on board there with Alan Hellmeister. Really soak up the enjoyment factor of chasing after the race lead. Werner Neugebauer leads the race, yes. Alan Hellmeister in second place wants to move into a race-winning position. They haven't won as a combination. It's getting slippery out there. I think we're starting to get a few spots of rain. I think it's starting to get a little bit drizzly out there. This is going to be tricky now. Lap 55, and the leaders of the race, Werner Neugebauer and Alan Hellmeister, seem to be struggling for grip out there now. The track is considerably darker than it was at the start when we were in bright Brazilian sunshine. Now, we are very much looking to be the opposite of that at the moment. It's still dry in places, still dry in the majority of the lap. We saw only a couple of drivers deploy the use of their windshield wipers in the previous couple of events. So obviously they're still defending tooth and nail for their position. But hey, Werner Neugebauer leads the race in front of everyone here, pushing him all the way. And he's been hustled down so far by this man. Still a good run from Alan Hellmeister in the Carrera Cup number 7 car, the Brandt Porsche. Looking for a little bit more speed, looking for a little bit more from this particular car. You could really do with having a little bit more. Now there is a very slow back marker car getting well out of the way. That looks more a mechanical problem brewing rather than slowing right down to let the leaders go. I think there's more to that than meets the eye, but fortunately they do not hold up the race leaders at any of the crunch points. So I would suspect it's still A-OK at the moment for Vernon Neugebauer, although of course we know that because their pit stop was a little bit short on the mark, they're going to get a penalty of 6 extra seconds at their next pit stop. On board with Hellmeister, let's listen in. Or let's not. We'll go straight to the curb cam instead. And Vernon Neugebauer really enjoying life in the lead of this race, but he knows that with that extra penalty comes the need to try and pull out a little bit of a gap. It'll be tricky, it'll be tight, it'll be tense. But at the end of 56 laps, it's Vernon Neugebauer versus Alan Hellmeister. And if it stays like this, then Neugebauer and Barrichello are going to become the champions of the Porsche Endurance Series Brazil 2024. And that will be another great title to add to Rubens Barrichello's recent collections of Brazilian success. 2 times the Stock Car Pro Series champion, of course, now watching his son fight for the title. Vernon Neugebauer is going to pick his way through the traffic. He laps Gabriel Horber. Eric Santos, however, watching in the pits, will be taking note of this because Alan Hellmeister getting held up. So that is not in the script, it has to be said. It's actually Eric Santos behind the wheel, my apologies, and not Gabriel Horber. So Gabriel Horber is back in pit lane watching Eric Santos have no issue letting the leader go, but just having a little bit of a headache there and a bit of a hiccup to work the magic as they continue on through. So some little slip-ups here and there, but being held up by Eric Santos, definitely not in the script for Hellmeister. But you can see just how slow off the pace Vernon Neugebauer is in this particular stage of the race, because having made up a bit of ground, I would say probably about 7 or 8 car lengths he made up there on everybody else. But he basically said, I don't really know what I'm going to do with them. Over the top of the crest, back on the power once again, and floating under the bridge. Vernon Neugebauer still leads Alan Hellmeister, and they have well and truly checked out from the rest of the opposition. Now, I was going to talk about race distance and race duration. When we get to 2 hours and 7.5 minutes in, we can have a look and figure out where the race is at that stage and act accordingly depending on when this race is going to end. Now that is going to take us to a local time of, I need to do the math here, it's going to be a legal time here in Brazil. Oh, there's the problem I was telling you about. It's happened. Yosimar Jr. and Sergio Romeo. The pit stop's going to need to happen for Sergio Romeo. I told you just a little bit of wind resistance is going to need to get under that bonnet, and it's happened on the main straight. Wait for it. Wind gets under the little cavity, the little opening, and boom, there it is. That's a broken front bonnet. And Sergio Romeo will have no choice but to look back to the pits. They're going to lose a whole trunk of positions. Oh, devastating. As through goes the number 3 car. That is a very comfortable looking Cesar Ramos. Still urging for a top 10 finish as we ride back on with Lightning McQueen himself. So we're just having a quick look at the battle there between Alcifer Manito and I think it was Chavez having a bit of a moment as further up around the course, Sadek Leiter is watching in the pits as Fabio Carbone, his teammate, is going to take on the 45. And I think that is for position, isn't it? I'm fairly sure they're in the number 45 car, which is still being loaned to them. Off the course again. Right, when we get to 2 hours and 7.5 minutes, that is at 12:12 local time here. So that's going to be an interesting one for the contenders. No, my apologies. It's going to be 16:12. It'll be 12 and a half minutes past 4 in the afternoon here. So I think it's going to be 4 hours of time rather than the full set of laps. Well, mind you, having said that, we did say, didn't we, that the points paying positions, the points scores will be added at lap 57. So that is where the championship points come into account. That is before half distance that we've completed that. It's up on the inside just to lap another car. The hard charging racers in 2 different camps here. Yeah, sure, you can criticise the decision to have the car in the Rusty's Lightning McQueen colours, but it automatically brings a smile to people's faces, whether they care to admit so or not. Top of the crush. This is how it currently looks as the current leaders find themselves in a comfortable position. It would be wonderful to see Rubens Barrichello lift another championship crown, having had such a stellar run prior to that. And into the pits together comes Alfie Feldman, and right in behind him, that is Costa. So Costa comes into the pits as well, so too does Alfie Feldman. So into the pits. Now that is this going to be scheduled pit stop number 3? I think it is, because we're approaching half distance. So I would say this is mandatory pit stop number 3, pretty much unraveling now in front of us. I have to say, it couldn't have come at a better time really for Josimar Junior. Helmeister has caught up the deficit again. And there is the next man in, getting ready for another big attack here. That is Cesar Ramos' teammate, preparing to go out and get a decent result in this one. That is Fabio Giafone. Thumbs up so far, no problems at all for Alfie Feldman. He will hand his car once again back over to the supreme talents of Guillermo Salas. Down the straight and up towards the first corner once again. 60 laps completed here, so I think we are actually going to get the chance. As into the pits comes Marcel Muller. Now this is where they can go for the undercut strategy. So which is going to be more effective here at Interlagos? Undercut, come into the pits early, get on a new fresh set of tyres and try and gain up the gap. Or would it be the chance for the next opportunity? Now you're probably wondering, is that a technical problem they've got? No, but they have to push the car back in front of its garage, raise the jacks and do all the necessary work and setting tweetings in that 6 minutes. So far so good in the 500 kilometers of Interlagos. There's a very worn out racing driver in the mix there, just enjoys the moment of watching and keeping an eye on things. All quiet on the Western Front, as the 188 car still having a very intriguing run of it. But again, Helmeister is putting significant pressure onto the shoulders here of Marcel Muller, not Marcel Muller, of Werner Neugebauer. And when they come into the pits, he'll obviously be getting out of his trusty car, and it will be driven by Rubens Barrichello, one of the top names in our sport for the last 20 years. Great to see what they can do as they come across the line. Well, there is Enzo Elias preparing to get ready behind the wheel of said car. Looking a little bit frustrated because he was suited, booted, helmet up, ready to go. But I don't think he was ready to just be sort of ignored like that. Again, Helmeister trying to close up a little bit more on the number 8. So still ripping away forwards is Letizia Buffoni, along with their teammates. Antonello Bassani, and obviously there's still big opportunities to make forward and continue this journey. It's been very tricky. But through the competitors come in for their third mandatory pit stop, just at about the halfway post of this particular race. So now we're going to get back out there onto the circuit again. Up over the top of the hill. Meister again patrolling for the lead of the race, but into the pits first of all will come Werner Neugebauer. Now they'll have a 6-second extra added to their time at the pit stops, and that is going to cost a fair amount of time. But the big question is it going to keep him in the lead, or is it going to knock him out of position ultimately? And if it does knock him out of the league, who is likely to get the blame for it? Pit stops galore in the pit lane. 6 minutes mandatory stop. Werner Neugebauer explaining to Rubens Barrichello what he needs to be looking out for. And the famous helmet colours of Rubens Barrichello. Cool, that stirs a proper adrenaline kick in the back of my shoulder. Used to be one of my favourite drivers when I was a kid growing up. Was overjoyed for him when he won the 2000 German Grand Prix, his maiden car racing victory at the Formula 1 level. And having had pole positions and fastest laps in the past, he was always going to be that kind of driver. Now he brings that knowledge and expertise into the fantastic world that we've got now, into a very idealized form. So through the Magelio corner out towards Jinsao, but still so far no major shocks. Just keeping it tidy for the moment. Everybody's settling into a relatively neat rhythm. Now this is the overlap strategy that is currently being deployed here by the number 7. And so into the pits. This time nobody in the pits with him to prevent any particularly serious incidents there. So there we go, beyond the halfway point in time, and 63 of the 117 laps have been completed. As into the pits comes Alan Hellmeister. He will get out of the car and he will hand that car, of course, back to his team leader, Miguel Paludo. Great racing so far, great competition between these 2 or 3 manufacturers on the H Special. Nice handshake there between teammates. So Hellmeister ended up coming into the pits and then having some difficulties. Now this is one of the, I think that's one of the most reserve cars. As there is the hard talented female Cecilia Rebello, finished 3rd position. But now you can see the pit lane activity. Everybody is all awash trying to make sure that they get their pit stops right at this phase of the race. 63 laps completed. It'll be 64 by the time they come through. But Marcel Muller is going to be the first major player from this fight to have a fight. So out onto the circuit again then goes Enzo Elias, but this is the undercut strategy he's deploying here in the hope that by the time the other competitors leave the pit lane themselves, we're going to have the 544 Fabian Petrus car having a bit of clear track in front of it and then able to elevate itself a little bit further up the ranks So it's not going to be easy to deploy this strategy. It requires a lot of discipline, a little bit of patience. Everything's just got to come together collectively to make this all work out in one tactical move. So we're going to get to see if Enzo Elias is able to get a decent enough outlap that he might just be able to jump the guys that he's been racing with. And this is, once again, championship on the line. Down the pit straight goes Enzo Elias, up towards turn 1. So in through the left, down through the right-hander, back up through the left-hand part of the course as well. We can still see the two Maior cars still in pit road. They came in about 2 or 3 laps after their rivals. So past the pits next time, and then they're really in trouble over at the Maior crew. Marcel Muller looking good to continue his fantastic run of form in the Porsche Carrera Cup, having obviously taken the rookie title in fantastic and very, very low-key fashion under the circumstances. And then you've also got a very interesting challenge to come, as Enzo Elias is really stepping up the unbridled attack here to try and get some space out of it and move forward. Back out onto the circuit then goes the Maior racing car. Heading down pit lane, hoping that this is going to be the fantastic race that we were hoping for from them, that the lead is not going to change hands, even with the 6-second penalty applied now to Werner Neugebauer. It's now his teammate Rubens Barrichello that's at the wheel. Here we have Enzo Elias having taken over the car as well, and that is that Rubens Barrichello leaving pit lane? Because if that's the case, that is quite significant. If they're going to head out onto the circuit first, they are indeed, but it's going to be very tight. We've got the two championship protagonists on the same bit of racetrack as each other now. Rubens Barrichello in front of Enzo Elias, but they're going to be on competition on the exit. So these are the two teams that are battling away with a very tricky race duel between these two. Here they come. Now that the tyres are up to temperature, it does look to me as though Rubens Barrichello is going to have enough here to fend off Enzo Elias. But these are the two cars that are fighting for the championship in the Endurance Series of Brazil. As out onto the circuit goes Miguel Paludo. So this is about where he's going to get onto the circuit as well. So Miguel Paludo's got to hope that this is going to be a pretty straightforward run. No major difficulties, no major problems or concerns, other than the fact that this is going to be a pretty tricky race return onto the circuit. It looks like they've done an incredible job. It looks like they've pulled well clear. I don't think they're going to have any issues there. The lead of the race on net is surely going to be the two contenders further down the field. Absolutely amazing if they can pull that off. Out of the pits, and look at the gap. Look at the gap. Absolutely perfect. The number 7 Brandt crew have pulled an absolute screamer on the opposition, and they've pulled about 5 seconds clear out of the pit stops. Excellent work as Miguel Paludo leads the race in his number 7 Brandt Porsche. Honestly, the driving level here is so high. It's very, very tricky to know who's going to have the best of it, who's going to have the upper hand. But certainly the run we've had here at the moment from Miguel Paludo, such a talented racer, such an incredible ambassador for the sport in general. Well, that is the car that's in second position now, of course, not in third place because they're on the leading lap. So it's Mika Paluda that leads, Jeff Gyasi in second, then Alexandra de Grau currently running in fourth position, sorry, in the 100 category. So it's still not over yet by any means. But the big key factor here is that not many people are able to hang with the teams that are no longer any major pressures, actually thinking about doing some of these moves. A couple of brand working their way further forward. This is a tricky one. Side by side between these two factions. It's been a very tight race all the way through, but several teams have had their turns running up at the sharp end. So now we're going to get to see if there's a little bit of defense coming. Hard charging. Bit of push now from Tony Kanaan, taking on Andre Negrão. So Tony Kanaan, the Indy 500 winner, hoping against hope that he's not going to lose his form. He does not. So very keen. So there is the hard-charging Enzo Elias, trying to get himself back into championship winning form. Are they going slowly? Have they got a problem? Yes, they've got a problem. Something's gone very badly wrong, and this is going to be the championship. Enzo Elias, they've got a puncture. They've got a puncture. The tyres falling off the rim, and they're going to struggle to get that car back up the hill. Oh my goodness, this could be the championship handed on a silver plate to Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello. They've got to get that car back, and it's going to be so difficult to run that car through the left-hander. Even to get that car back into the pits is going to be a bit of a mission. But I'm afraid it's game over as far as the championship is concerned for now for this team. They're going to drop back so far. I mean, full credit to Enzo Elias for not sticking that car in a wall, because it could so easily have happened. But look at this. Disastrous. And this could actually damage the car. As into the pits comes Enzo Elias. Stops the car. They've got to get that wheel and tyre off the car. Tyre just disintegrating or stopping working or something. But this is, as far as the championship is concerned, this is the nightmare scenario for the team that has basically got everything right this year. Just keep it nice and tidy, guys. Back into the race, but that's a lot of time lost, and potentially that's the championship lost as well. Marcel Muller and Enzo Elias started on pole position. It was looking so strong, but the comeback charge was on right from the moment Werner Neugebauer switched on the engine, and he and Rubens Barrichello are now standing on the brink of winning this Endurance Series title. In the last race of the year, it looks so comfortable. There's no major concerns now as the field wants to get into it right to the end of the race. 66 laps of the 117 requisite laps to make it to 500 kilometers completed. But there is also going to be a debate about, you know, do we go to 4 hours 15 or do we complete the full race distance? I think it's going to be touch and go. If there are no more safety cars, then I do believe this field could actually make it through pretty much in entirety to the end of the race. Now getting through traffic is going to be a bit of a problem. You've got to know when to go for it. Bit of a taking move there. Let's see. Going off the turn through the left-hander. There is Rubens Barrichello, having dropped back a couple of positions, but it's nowhere near the case of the rest of the drivers in the field. They've all got themselves into a good position. As through onto the main straight, that is the hard-charging Guillermo Salas in the number 1 car. Chasing down Jeff Giassi, who currently finds himself in 2nd place behind the leader, Miguel Paludo. So there is your leading quartet, which means you can now see how badly Guillermo Salas wants to get ahead of the cornfields outside the house. There's an opportunity for the Tag Heuer Porsche, but only if the door is wide enough open and the treasure is worth investing. Down on the inside, not a lot of space for 2 Porsches to run wheel to wheel, and it's through. Still a good journey in the offing here, as back off the power and back on it to again. That's how close it got up on the inside line on the replay. Whoa, that was a very tight run thing. Very close, very tricky. Watching along inside, Elsie Feldman. Just watching his protege get a serious start. So as they go past it at the end of lap 68 into 69, this is where we're going to get to see a little bit of pressure now building on Rubens Barrichello, current race leader. 2 mandatory pit stops for everybody to take. Everybody's done a minimum of 3. So and now we're going to go side by side, as up on the inside to put a lap on a slower car, that is Tag Heuer's looking for some home truths as they go up to the hairpin. Looking for the chance to keep this bandwagon rolling a little bit further in. But you do get the sense that this lead could change. They're both behind, obviously, our concurrent race leader at this moment in time. Let's see how tight it is, looking for every single millimeter of a gap. If he can just draw enough level, then he knows he's going to have Miguel Paludo's back to the wall. He's just got to take this opportunity, got to take it and go for the secret. Around the far side, trying to tiptoe the way through. It does look as though there's a little bit of moisture on the windshield. I think the weather could actually play its part in the rest of this race as well. It is going to be survival of the fittest, but it is also going to be a battle of the starved. You know, for those, there's an opportunity here, but the puncture coming from the cheap rival of the championship leaders. Down to about 7th to 8th position. Climbing up the hill a little bit more there. Now this is a replay. What are we about to see? This is going to be how Elsa Feminito made the bid. Again, how close was that to disaster? Big power slide off the S's. But it's a really fast racer that resides in that particular building. Building the way to move further forward. Climbing up the top of the hill then again to go through Arkin Bacaris. And then up to the start finish once more. So far so good though. As we've now got a slower car in front of us that was one of the leading cars in this race. It's incredible stark turn of fortunes that 2 Hours makes. 2 hours ago, opportunity continued unabated. It's getting really tight on the way through the center S again. Coming off the turn, looking for that little bit of extra grunt from the Tag Heuer Porsche. So let's see if we're going to get another side-by-side opportunity here down to the inside line. That is the overtaking move from Guillermo Salas to put another lap between himself and a back marker. Quite crazy to think that we're talking about a particular car as a back marker car. Don't forget that's the pair that ended up having their misdemeanors early on, while safety cars were obviously forming and everything. We are now 71 laps into this race, pretty much at the end of the hill. But still, we plunder and we squabble for our positions. We battle on in the hope that there's going to be another fun run of it. Down through the drop. So traffic's still a bit of a factor. If you're Marcus Pregadas, I wouldn't go to sleep on my laurels just yet. There are opportunities when it's not always going to be one's cup of tea to last to that particular length of time. Diving up on the inside to put a lap on a slower car. Still staying stuck like glue to that Ferrari. Still having an incredible race for it. So now we're going wheel to wheel. A couple of blue flags on the straight in front of this queue of cars because they know that that's a Formula One style overtaking move that's put him into the lead of the race there. The talent and the quality is good enough to move up the ladder of European single-seaters, but their losses are a gain. Still, relentless is the key fact between still the duel takes to the circuit. 2 mandatory pit stops to go for each car left in this race. Season finale of the Porsche Endurance Series Brazil. If you've only just joined us, well, you've missed quite a bit actually. 5 safety car periods. All sorts of cars getting penalties for either track limits or causing a collision or just causing a petrol head just to stay in front of the rest of the class. So we're going to get to see some more great duels between us drivers as they put in a good effort. And that is the treble 9 in very much old school colour scheme at that particular point of the overalls. But whatever it turns out to be in terms of original power unit, it looks and feels like one did in the battles to move forward. Trying to do the math quickly in my head. I think we might actually get to full race distance, you know. Going into lap 73, this isn't over yet by some particular target. And so the race battle is going to continue to be joined. And look how tricky it is now for the race battle up front. Miguel Paludo trying to shake off Jeff Gyasi. Yes, he's still working increasingly hard to try and manage this invitation now. Up to the hairpin again. Still this battle rages as Jeff Gyasi again puts pressure on Miguel Paludo. That really would compound the woes for Miguel Paludo star. Continue along the main straight in the hope that there's going to be enough slipstream to make the overtaking move on the car in front. Big dive up the inside. This could be brave. Is there going to be enough space for that? No, there is not. And that challenge is seen off quite effectively there in the end. off the turn again. Still tight. Jeff Gyasi swarming around all over to try and make that elusive overtaking move. It'll be a bit tricky. Couple of big dives into the Interlagos as the field still trying to find that little semblance of understanding. Still mixing it, still hoping for a little bit more. But there is some untapped, unbridled attention coming from the competitors who love particular chalk. Yeah, totally get a real thicko when you need to come back home to this could be an opportunity knocking on the inside line as the 77 car gets creative to the inside line. That is the car that's currently being driven in the main body of the championship now as well, without having to incur the wrath of the team not being in the right place at the right position. Now we've got a terrific battle coming off the Senna S, and it does involve the leaders. They're caught up in traffic. This could be the chance to get into the lead for Jeff Gyasi. They're going to run side by side to the corner. Potentially Jeff Gyasi's going to have the look on the inside line. Miguel Paludo holds his nerve as they lap two back markers in the same breath, and they've gone wheel to wheel with each other. Turns out Leonardo Herrmann has just been quietly accepting his fate. Diving up the inside line, that's the move. We've been waiting for it for some time, and that's for second position, don't forget. It's Guillermo Salas in the Tag Heuer Porsche is still out in front. But now we've got Miguel Paludo having to struggle and limp back to third position after the move from Jeff Gyasi is successful, and it's a pretty convincing overtaking move as well. Let's have another look at it. Not a single ounce of contact or trading paint required there. Absolutely textbook. The kind of overtaking move on that particular corner that even Formula One drivers would So now we've got Leonardo Herrmann in the number 23 car, dueling away down the main straight himself, hoping for a little bit more from the continuation of this race. It's actually Vitor Batista behind the wheel, which does explain a lot about why the car is absolutely bolted to the floor, rooted to the position and the target in hand, and giving it everything he's got. But he's got a little bit of pressure coming in now. And again, very intriguing to see if the 95 can actually finish off the overtaking move. It'll be tough between them. There is the replay of the sliding move being played out between these two cars. 95. Still a very tough battle for Gabriel Casagrande. Now, of course, he's taken over a different car by the look of it, because I think there's been a slight issue at the last stop with the Renault Macan, I was told. Side by side, this is how they got the job done. Very nicely handled all the way through that particular part of the course. Nice dive through. Made sure the car was positioned in the right place every time of that particular part of the apex. Very tricky to see how it all continues out, but I don't think this is over yet. That's Rubens Barrichello working his way forward to move himself up another position. He's currently in 4th place. But crucially, after that puncture, Enzo Elias is down in 19th, so it's looking very nice indeed. If you are either Felipe Massa, if you are either Rubens Barrichello, I should say, or Werner Neugebauer, you'll be very happy with the way things are currently played out. I made that Freudian slip, if you will, because Felipe Massa is the Grand Prix driver from Brazil who has had success in the past on this Interlagos circuit. Rubens Barrichello had next to no luck at all on his journey to move up the ladder, and I'm delighted to say, oh, is that going to be a move up on the inside there from a back marker, or is that to take away the pain? Well, it's getting to the front of the queue for Werner Neugebauer, and just as well too, because that in front is actually Marcel Müller, the new Porsche Carrera Cup champions, of course. But this is all going to be about the chart through on off the inside. That's going to be Enzo Elias getting his overtaking move there on the number 8. So Enzo Elias does get the overtaking move there to unlap himself. So that just shows that there is a lot of ground to make up. Looks like the 2 competitors in the Archer family are there. Leonardo Herrmann being taught right up close to the pit wall what you can and can't do when asked to survive for that. Drivers work their way through then on this most glamorous but also most terrifying of race circuits. So are we going to get the run through up to the first corner this time, the Ecos tea cake? Tricky times. Still a lot of battling for position here. Still a lot of maneuvering. We're going to see a replay of Leonardo Herrmann defending his position as best as he possibly could. There was a little love tap for Rachel on the way past. But it's okay. Hopefully the swelling's gone down and this too shall pass. So there is the number 1, the car that was leading for a vast chunk of the race, namely Guillermo Salas behind the wheel. So it will be a tough old race battle all the way through. Good duels to the flag expected now. We're going to get 40 laps left of this race. And the field is still dialed in, looking good to finish the show strong in several cases. The safety car is now on borrowed time because it looks like the driver, Nicolas Landi, is not going to need any assistance getting back to this track once again, this dramatic battle. In the background we can see the concern for so the drivers work their way forward to try and gain a little bit of uptime pressure with all the drama. Right, here we go. The next round of pit stops. This is going to be fascinating to observe because now we've got the next round of pit stops, the number 3 car into the pits. Now that is Fabio Giaffoni. Going to hand the car over again to Cesar Ramos. There is the number 1 car, albeit by virtue of the fact that no other competitors were here the previous year. That's only really in the world of comedy I've noticed where that timing really is everything and it gets you going. So there is the number 1, still going on a little bit further on this occasion, the out of Taylor run forward as we approach the 80th lap. Into the pits again comes the up pit road comes Pelling. He will hand his car over in normal trim without too many difficulties to Anabrievski. Some difficult times. But always the marshals are doing all they can to make sure that the software is a clear and plenty price. Starting up road right again. So there is the Tag-Heuer Porsche, car number 1. It's got out into clear air. I say clean air, the playback isn't sensational. So what is going to be the next state of play? The pit window has opened again for the 4th and penultimate pit stop. But do think we're going to get to 220 kilometers an hour. So into the pits then, here we go. Oh, did you see that round the outside? Slower car in front of the lower car. Ty Nobin at the front of gear. As down pit road, these two cars. So down pit road and into the pit bay. The number 1, it's been a good run at the front for the Tag-Heuer Porsche number 1 in that particular stint. It not only set the Students' Union price, out of the car. Ready for the driver change then gets Guillermo Salas to hand the car back over to Alce Feldman. With Diego Partnerships. Into the pits comes the number 23 car now. That is Vitor Batista. He's going to hand his car over to Leonor Herrmann. And that is Alce Feldman Nito going over to embrace his father. Alce Feldman Sr., who is there in his capacity in Porsche Brazil. And into the pits as well comes the 80. This is all pit stops on schedule for the time being then. So it's all pretty above board, I would say. So we are on lap 81 out of 117. I think this race, looking at where we currently are compared to where we're thinking of spreading so far, this is actually giving me a hell of a lot of confidence that we're going to have a really strong and best and fun cars working with. So into the pits now, the latest member of the pit now while the iron is hot brigade comes through for, that's the number 70 car. So once again, it's been a tough old night out there, a tough old race battle for all of the contenders. But down pit road comes the 70. That is the car that Rafael Suzuki has just vacated. So as the drivers all just try and figure out what the decent maintenance time of each particular situation is when it comes to all 4 corners of the globe are essentially bee heap in snow. Back in the United Kingdom certainly at the moment. So we get ourselves ready for the exciting tour run. So it's a very busy pit lane, as you can see. We've also got the number 7 Brandt Porsche in. We've got the Hellmeister from number 8. Lots of big opportunities here to see drivers get themselves up the ladder a little bit more. But as we approach the end of the 3rd hour, good to just hear some of these guys in their pit stops and witness for yourself just how they're doing in terms of their overall strategy, in terms of their overall pace. Let's just go on board. What's the general feeling with the onboards in pit lane? So now back out onto the course again goes the number 7 Brandt Porsche. This is the car being driven, of course, by Alan Helmeister, who has taken that car back onto the circuit once again, and they are out now in front, I do believe, of Werner Neugebauer. But that's not a big panic as far as the championship is concerned. As long as they get out, Werner Neugebauer, as long as they get out in front of the 544 of Marcel Müller, then the championship. Two more cars exiting pit lane in close proximity, one of them being the Tag Heuer Porsche of Alcy Feldman. This is critical stuff now as far as championship ramifications are concerned. This is where we're going to get to see some fairly hefty performances made, some fairly important changes around, and there goes the very feisty Tag Heuer Porsche. Alcy Feldman Nito getting in front of the car in the pit, but again, it's without being able to see the reference point for the cars around them. Tough to know how much of an impact they've made just yet. There's still a fair way to go. They've clearly decided now, well, we've had 5 safety cars, we'll just get them all out of the way in one go. Then we'll focus on actually driving these cars and doing a fair job of it to the checkered flag. And looking at where we're up to, I do think now that we are actually going to get to the 500 kilometers in relatively good time. I don't think we're going to need to get to the time limit of 4 hours and 15 minutes. I think we're going to be okay by the time we get just beyond 3.5. But it's certainly been a very interesting duel between the drivers in these first couple of hours. First we had Marcel Müller lose out to Thiago Camilo. As back down the inside, that's a big brave lunge there from Alan Helmeister. And he gets the overtake and then promptly runs out wide as they go wheel to wheel up the top of the hill. Regadas is trying to fight back on the number 7. But don't forget, of course, that these two are both going to be racing Alcy Feldman when he goes past the pits. Giassi just waiting, biding his time. Patience is a virtue. Pulls right across on Kubica. Up to the hairpin that starts the lap. And as we watch pit exit, no problems at all for several cars. So let's see where everybody filters out. That was a lap without too many worries about people exiting the pits, but certainly it's all going beautifully well for number 7. If we get 3 different winners this week, then I think it will definitely be largely... And that's a problem. That's who's that pulling off the field? That's Jeff Giassi. Jeff Giassi's pulling off the road. I thought that was a back marker for a moment, slowing, but that is Jeff Giassi. And that's game over. That's game over for Giassi and Regadas. Well, it's Marcus Regadas who's actually behind the wheel at the moment, but clearly they've had some kind of technical difficulty. And Marcos Regadas, who's been running around in the field for quite some time. Oh! Well, we had a big off there. Lock up, some kind of car failure for Marcos Regadas. And that is very much, well, game over for them. But well done to Marcos Regadas for not triggering a safety car there. Managed to pull the car off the road and find a gap in the fence where the marshals were going to be. So there's no need for a safety car. But that is very bad luck indeed for Marcos Regadas and Jeff Giassi. Their race comes to an end. So far, though, there's still plenty more battles left in this race once we get up to the drivers that have yet to make their pit stops. So further round the course, we're getting a really nice battle heating up here. It's the 100 car, Seba Malucelli, just in behind Rumen Zimkovic, and ahead of Nelson Marcondes. So Malucelli's going to try and get through on the inside of Zimkovic. This is going to need a little bit of late braking to finish the move. He's well and truly conquered it. And Zimkovic is actually going to be under pressure from not just Nelson Marcondes, but on the exit of the car, I think that's also Guerra, who is trying to work the way in as well. But this is some good battles. Is Marcondes going to get the dive up the inside line here? It's going to be tricky to defend. Marcondes is still working the magic here, trying to go around the outside of Roman Zimkovic. Guerra wants a piece of this as well. They come off the turn, they run wheel to wheel. They're going to be side by side. Zimkovic is still just about with a wide enough car at the moment to go to battle with. If you wanted an additional race driver to go race with, you want to make sure they're not going to be lackluster, but these guys putting on a terrific show nonetheless. It would not at all be surprised if the guys at Ganny Club are going to have a really strong and promising run on the inside. Guerra thought he had the inside line there. Not going to happen. He's going to have to wait for his move on. He's going to have to try and come up with something a little bit more alternative there to get the move on Nelson Marcondes. Well, check this out. Welcome to Slipstream City. It's going to go side by side. There might even be a little bit of side draft to unlock here as they go around the far side. Is that going to be round both of them on the inside line? There's going to be a little bit of contact, a little bit of nudging there from Guerra, who just rubs the back end of Nelson Marcondes' car. So Roman Zimkovic stays out of harm's way. But there did look to me like there was a little bit of contact. Got to be careful. There's only the half of the steward. Diving through on the inside line, and Guerra's going to come through before everybody else. Excellent bit of racecraft there from Guerra. Took full use of the situation, was able to get a little bit of breathing space. You can see how much time that Seba Malucelli has actually gained from his control. Still battling very tightly together. We can just find the missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle, then we're going to have a champion in the hunt. We're not looking at either driver who can get it done. Absolutely incredible. The only one that I would bonnet for is by combining the two results. So through the S's, down the drop, through Magelio, and up towards the final turn it's going to be now. So still, these competitors thundered forward, hoping that this is going to be the sport that gets that name put back on the map. Nice little battle going on here as well. The 199, having had initial setbacks, back into the race just to try and fend off and go for another subtle overtaking move as we watch the battle currently in pursuit. This is Leonardo Herman versus Joao Gonçalves. Gonçalves is going to try and dive in up the inside line and say, thank you very much, that's me. And it is indeed. He's got the overtaking move. It's calculated. It's not probably as smooth as he would have liked, but a move is a move. And he's there in front. Right, so we've just been informed of a penalty. That is a drive-through penalty for... I'm not entirely sure what that particular incident is for there, but it's Tiago Vavacqua who is behind the wheel of that particular car, and they are currently running in 15th position, so it's certainly not going to affect anything amongst the slightly larger teams, but for a team of the size of Dale Coyne or AJ Foyt, you know, the people that represented me in Indy cars, it was my way in. So always a difficult one to pin down a sensible enough answer to that question that is also going to be relevant. So still, the battles continue. Well, we're not done yet. We've got Nick Heidfeld next up, if everybody continues and puts on a brave face of it. So still this battle trails all the way back through the field. 5-6 cars, all part of a fantastic sweeper effect. As into the pits comes the 33. That is Rumen Zimkovic, I do believe, come to serve his penalty. And we go 3 wide on the back straight. Seba Marucelli trying to go the long distance way round on the 199. So Nelson Marcondes looking to hold his position, still looking pretty tight, and watch out behind them. They've both got a little bit of trouble there to focus in on, because that is going to be Thiago Vivacqua in a few short years. Great battles with them. They are still having a terrific, proper race with them. Right, well, let's see if this duel is going to work out in favour of Chelio Brasil. Chelio Brasil trying to dive in at the inside line, looking to one side of the course, then the other. Trying to make this work around the outside. It's actually Martins who's behind the wheel of the car at the moment. So Guerra versus Martins as they duel over. Incredibly, this kind of intense duel is usually reserved for some big racing manoeuvres, but this is only at the moment for 10th position, and back up the inside line. Here comes the man. Martins gets his move on the inside of Guerra. That puts him back into 10th position for the moment. So good textbook racing from Martins, making his debut this weekend, and it's certainly in a good position that he would like to remain going into the next season's Spa. So some interesting battles going on there from the contenders, and still everywhere you looked, somebody was getting the green light exactly the way they wanted it. So excellent performances all round. There's still potentially more to come though. We've got a really intense fight now, battling and brewing away. This is Lucas Salas dueling away with the 33. They're not actually on the same lap as each other, but this is more for pride than it is anything else at this stage. Really good race battle. Still, they push each other to extremes here. Business as usual for the number 70. Lucas Salas under a lot of pressure. That's nothing compared to the pressure that the team behind them are starting to feel. The 33, having touched everything to gold in previous years, now it's all turned around to Vivacqua is one of the 3. But then I do hope that we do get another potential crack at this. They're going to be side by side. There's not going to be a lot of room to maneuver. All it takes is one bit of paint traded, and this suddenly becomes a scary overtake. But Thiago Vivacqua is going to try and measure this overtaking move in his mind, keep moving to it. He's done it, he's done it, and he's through. It was not easy to get the move done there at all. But that's exactly how they've managed to make the curve come alive for them. Good stuff. So our attention has gone back to the race leader, namely Alce Feldman. We just saw him go through there in the green Tag Heuer Porsche car, but this is the man in second place, Alan Hellmeister, looking really good in P2 to wrap up this title. However, is the man in third position, Werner Neugebauer, in the number 8 car that he shares with Rubens Barrichello. But based on the puncture they had earlier, Marcel Müller is back in the car, but unfortunately they are currently only down in 15th place. So that is, after that puncture earlier on, it's not going to be good enough for Marcel Müller to team up with his teammate to become champion. Looking more and more like it's going to be Neugebauer and Barrichello. Just want to finish this season with not too many bumps and dents in the car, essentially speaking. But it looks like we're definitely going to be in for 3 different race winners from the 3 Endurance Series races now. As the victory in round 1 went to Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello, the second actually went up across Marcel Müller and Enzo Elias. Here comes the opportunity to lap a back marker and showcase his superior skills and technology. Through he goes. So nicely dealt with, nicely handled. Some really good battles out there on the course. So no cause for alarm at the moment. If you've only just joined us, we're on lap 91 out of 117 here in Interlagos. 500 kilometers in length this. A full 200 kilometers longer in duration than your average Grand Prix. But an excellent success story this for the man who is currently running in the top 6 of the championship. But certainly on this particular occasion, it's looking pretty hard not to get involved in the act with the man in second place, Alan Hellmeister. He's worked hard to get into that position. And they've all got one more mandatory pit stop to settle this out in the closing stages of the races here at Interlagos. But it looks good for the Tag Heuer Porsche to become the 3rd different winning crew of the season, ahead of Paludo and Hellmeister, with Alan Hellmeister currently at the wheel. And of course, it's not going to be that far behind to see if any more cars emerge onto the scene. But across the line, the AMs would come across. Still, the duels continue on as drivers come out of the pit lane again. So there's a special affinity with those people. So down the straight again. You can see, though, that Alan Hellmeister is catching. So this isn't going to be a dominant victory by any stretch of the imagination to Alce Feldman. If he wants this race win, he's really got to fight for it, or he's got to come into the pit slightly earlier than planned anyway, and then plan another day in paradise. Write that, win that, and that'll be my contribution when I came back to society. Strangely enough, it's not always easy to fulfill best wishes. But certainly for the time being, there's a lot to be happy with going into the second. So down at the inside line, that is the recovering and the hard-charging treble 8 car. So that is the rather hiccuped all-over race battle. It hasn't really gone according to their plan at all. They were hoping that a little bit more might come in to make a sensible decision, but there is Sergio Romeo in the Senna helmet colours. So still a little bit of racing left to come. We're on that 93 out of 117. I think it's fair to say we'll get to the 4 hours 15 mark before, or we'll get to, I should say, it's a bit outdated. We're going to get both of those particular disaster movies. And there is the run on the inside line. No problems at all then for the 12 to get in front of Eric Santos. Some jewels in the crowd as they continue to draw some attention. But it isn't going to be too long of waiting for the next decision. It'd be a fairly predictable red flag. So the field will once again bunch you up out of position. Well, we've been building up to this little battle for a while now. 3 hours and 10 minutes into this race, and it looks as though the lead is about to change. Alan Helmeister has been cruising towards Alcy Feldman for quite some time. And as we go into lap 94 out of 117, I think we're going to get ourselves a new race leader here. Alcy Feldman is doing everything he can to get away, but Alan Helmeister is going to more than make up for the puncture that they suffered at Termostadio Hondo last time out. The Argentine senses the opportunity, and they're not going to need a second invitation. Helmeister is just going to wait for a good opportunity, wait for a good moment, wait until he knows that Alcy Feldman is going to be vulnerable. He's got plenty of time to do this. The guys behind are not making as big an impact, but they are making a big impact. Off the turn, through the far side. Wait for the opportunity. Big dive into the hairpin. I've got a feeling this is going to be another turn one overtaking maneuver. Helmeister putting Alcy Feldman in the Tag Heuer Porsche under immense pressure. Don't forget, everybody's still got one more mandatory pit stop to take before the end of the race, because every team has got to make a bare minimum of 5 pit stops to keep it nice and fair and even, and to make sure that the crews who have got 3 drivers at least get to spend 2 stints out on the circuit, even if they don't get to win it. Here we go. Helmeister has got Alcy Feldman on the brake, but Alcy Feldman is going to hold the inside line. He's not going to give away a cheap overtake. You can get past me if you want, but you're really going to have to work for it. I am an immovable wall. Well, he says he's an immovable wall. I'm sure I know that the man behind in the Lightning McQueen costume is go with the flow. Still, the opportunity is there, but it's not staring us in the face just yet. We're still waiting for that costly error in judgment. And you do kind of get the sense that the more pressure they keep themselves under, the more difficult it is to find a way through. But it's, I can tell you, it's got nothing to do with that at all. This is tricky. This is for the lead of the race now. You do not want to end up in a barrier because you tried to time an overtaking move by getting all excited. Out of the Bico de Pato, down to Magello, and then out towards Scarborough Fair. So let's have a look and see where the overtaking move is going to come in. This is the chance. Surely Helmeister's not going to need a second invitation. They've come off the turn, they got back on the power. Helmeister's in the slipstream. This could be the lead of the race. Helmeister has a think. He has a look. He has an opportunity to dive in, but again, Alcy Feldman holds his nerve. Covers in when he needs to, but on the exit of the turn, Helmeister's going to get up alongside him. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Helmeister's going to go off the road slightly, and that's enough to get through. Brilliant bit of racecraft from both drivers. They really hung it out there, but Alcy Feldman has to let Alan Helmeister go. So Helmeister takes the lead in what is, of course, the last race of the season. And on lap 96 out of 117, there isn't a massive amount of time to retaliate. We have got a second run of, well, the final run of pit stops, I should say. Round 4 for everybody. As far as pit stops are concerned, their 5th and final one should be a good one. Here's the move again. Well covered, but it was just not correcting on the apex there. You've just got to commit that run down the far side. So that is where the racing comes from. That's where the duel likes to play itself out. So this is a replay of the length of that particular mover from the capo position all the way through to the execution. Well, we kind of leave that picture a little bit too early for my liking, but certainly out in front, no guesses for guessing which Italian hypercar manufacturer is now involved in the club. Absolutely terrific, isn't it? Now there is your Carrera points leader at the moment, Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello. They're on course to become champions. All they've got to do is stay in front of Marcel Müller and Enzo Elias. You're probably wondering what the statistics are between those two. Well, Neugebauer and Barrichello are currently running in 3rd position. If we started talking about having great fun together in the bath, you're going to get to see a few more drivers get wet before the end of this race, looking at those rain clouds. As Müller goes through, down in 15th position. It's going to look pretty tricky out there, but none the least of whom tricky really isn't that much of a concern for Werner Neugebauer. 1 mandatory pit stop left to take, but after their misery and bad luck last time out at Paul Ricard, they really wanted to bounce back here at Kyalami with the potential to become champions. All going very well indeed, and there is the Doyle. It's gone well clear in terms of its panel seating already. So Alan Hellmeister has taken the lead away in this 500 kilometers of Interlagos. But the next round of pit stops has begun. In comes Alcy Feldman. He feels that the undercut strategy is going to work better on the CCR Cup boys. Now we get the honour of being able to see who's done it right. But certainly Alan Hellmeister coming down pit lane. There goes the number 1 crew. Parking into position, having a model checked over. So into the pits for the pit stop. The very last pit stop of the day then comes Alcy Feldman. He's the first one of the major hitters to blink. A few more will join suit to make sure we finish this race on a high note. But now we're in the pit stop window. Expect things to be relatively calm for a while, relatively straightforward. As they're in pit lane, getting ready to take over from Northwest. The fantastic genius collaboration of San. So the cars just continue to clear around the course. What you want is clear air. But certainly it's going very well indeed for Alan Hellmeister. Looking good on the far side of the course. Over the number 1 Tagoya Jaguar do. All they can be forced to do is sit and wait. And they might even get a cheeky drink with them afterwards. But it's very tight stuff here. More big news for the teams coming down pit road. It's going to be a real shuffle of the deck here, as it usually is in the Porsche Challenge. When you've got so many drivers across so many teams trying to make a good effort. Back to the garage, make sure everything's tickety-boo, which it is. So we're in the midst of the final changeover of the race then, the final pit stops that will see us now through to the checkered flag. And I think we're going to get this race wrapped up on the 4-hour mark. Got about 37 minutes or so until that, and I think that's pretty much where we're going as far as the race conditions are concerned. We'll double check it. It looks to me as though we should be able to finish this phenomenal race battle. And this man going to hand over to his stablemate, Werner Neugebauer, will hand over to Rubens Barrichello, who is on course to become a champion again. Making the way to the pits. Thank you very much. Pleasantly done there by Werner Neugebauer, who turns his final lap of the 2024 season. He will come down pit road once again, park it up at the Maeta garage, but he will hand his car over to the very talented Japanese competitor, making a first bid for freedom. So into the position, just waiting for another new set of cards. So the competition continues in earnest. Lap 99 completed. We're on lap 100 out of 117 as Rubens Barrichello climbs in to the number 8 Mailta car for the very last time this season. And if all stays as it is, then not only will Rubens Barrichello have done so to completion, but he would have done so as the new champion. That's the sister car, that's the number 3, currently being piloted by Cesar Ramos. Looks like he's going to be one of the later drivers to come through and take the pit stop. But then the pit window is only open for another 3 minutes and 20 seconds, so they've got to make a reasonably fast decision. But seeing as how Cesar Ramos is not in the fight for the Drivers' Championship, they can just choose to play safe on team orders. So they're just putting the pins and the seatbelts back into the position, so anything with the go cloud. So out onto the circuit again. We've already seen Cesar Ramos pounding in some laps. He's now on lap 101 out of 117. But this has got to be surely his last lap before he comes into the pits, because he can't pit in after the pit window time has run down to 0. So you can't afford to run that risk. But it is going to be an exceptionally close run thing now, as there is the number 7 Brandt Porsche. Alan Hellmeister has got out of the car. Miguel Paludo will get in it again. Incredible to think, isn't it, that despite the 6-second time penalty earlier on, the Werner Neugebauer and Barrichello car still having a fantastic run of it, and still race to continue his recovery. Out onto the circuit goes the Tag Heuer Porsche. So now out onto the circuit again goes the number 1 Tag Heuer car. Guillermo Salas will finish off the stint. 1 hour and a half ago, it was looking a little bit untenable for this car, but the amount of work they've done in the last 90 minutes really has been truly extraordinary. Great to see them putting in good effort everywhere they've gone, and in all 3 championships too. Maybe in the 2-horse race for the title fight, but little did we know that there was going to be a puncture to intervene on Enzo Elias's car, and things were about to get very disappointing indeed. So now we're just waiting for those last couple of drivers having pit in. I think now we have got, let's go to So tootling down pit lane for what we hope is going to be for him the last time this season. As Benito teaming up with the number of the car coming out onto the circuit again, and it's going to be a tough one on the exit, but it looks to me as though that's going to be Miguel Peludo having a fairly sizable run of it all the way to the end. It'll be a tough one for them as they continue on down to the braking zone for turn 1. And there is Miguel Peludo. Are they going to get out in front? I'm not entirely sure they are. This is going to be a tight, close run thing between the two cars. But there is Miguel Peludo. There is the hard-charging Guillermo Salas. And the two cars do rejoin in the order they pitted, but not by much at all. So can Guillermo Salas get back on terms with the Formula drivers battle side by side? An opportunity still on cold tyres. Miguel Peludo is going to have to let this one go for the moment. Guillermo Salas gets in front. He was a little bit hesitant through Subidino de Broches, and that is how the opportunity came around again and through into what is, of course, now technically the lead of the race. The net lead of the race goes the way of the Tag Heuer Porsche for the moment. Guillermo Salas in front of Miguel Peludo. But we still have battles to be won. We still have a tight race out on the course. So we're going to get to see how it all... The communication happening there down in the pits to Angel Meister, who seems pretty chilled and relaxed about the whole thing. Excellent battles everywhere you go on this Interlagos circuit, but this is the one that I think everybody's going to be talking a lot about going into tonight. So still the battles rage. This is the replay. Just taking full advantage of the fact that the tyres were not quite up to temperature. Sweeping around the outside, getting the move done. Nicely handled. Even in the next corner, I wasn't entirely sure if it was done yet or not. There was a bit of a run wide or two. But Miguel Peludo now needs to get these tyres up to temperature. Once he's got a handle on them, it's going to be fairly easy, fairly straightforward for him to be able to move his way further forward and rise up the ranks again. Then he could start having a think about going for the overtaking move. 16 laps to go, including this one. So it's obviously still going to be a tight one, but every team now has completed their 5th and final pit stop. And here's how it looks at the moment with just 16 laps remaining in this 500 kilometers of Interlagos. Cesar Ramos is currently in the pits as the race leader. So too are Guerra, Ramalho, Malucelli, Vivacqua, Rubens Barrichello, about to get out onto the circuit again. Gianluca Pedikov, and then Chavez, Batista, that's Felipe, by the way. And then we have Landi, who is going to be at the very back of the field. So still the drivers give each other some chase, but it is currently, of the contenders that haven't pitted, it is currently a great deal going on between the leaders in the number 2 state in the battles for position. So, oh, bit of a run wide there from Miguel Peludo. He can't afford to be making mistakes like that when he's trying to chase down the race lead once again. Just waiting for the last couple of cars in the pit stop rotation to return back to the circuit in relatively, or at least contextually, similar positions to where they were before the 5th and final pit stop. But everybody in the field has now made a minimum of 5 pit stops, and the final pit stop window closed just a couple of short minutes ago. There are a couple of teams that have obviously gone for a 6th occasion to serve a penalty or what have you, whether that's a drive-through or something else. It's just been particularly tough stuff. So still the battle's raged on. They've got a little bit of traffic to deal with in front of them. They've got to be careful how they approach it. They'll both want to win their battle, but they also want it off the turn again. And now you can see that Paludo is really struggling as the battles rage with the back markers to stay on him. Up the inside, no pressure at all. Move can wait for one more on the Giovanardi model just to continue the process. So out onto the circuit again goes the Nismo. It's not Nismo, it's Senti Porsche. So into the pits comes the number 8. That is Neugebauer and Barrichello. Hang on a minute, that's not on schedule. Barrichello was already out, so he's come back in again. So something has happened there for Neugebauer and Barrichello. Don't tell me they're going to have a disastrous end to the season right at the end there. Well, it's a quick, serviceable stop and going back out onto the circuit again, but that's a lot of time to lose. How much time did Marcel Muller lose at the last stop? Because that could change the face of this championship dramatically. It could come down to who's got the best of the dropped scores. This is certainly very, very beautiful stuff at this moment in time, especially for an avid nailed-on Ferrari watcher. So the battles continue as they cross the line and we go into lap 103. 102 laps completed at this point by our race leader. And why is that? Out onto the circuit again, then comes Rubens Barrichello. Didn't look like it was a particularly terminal issue, just looked like they needed fresh men's boots for the moment or two there. Not entirely sure what that looks like, but out onto the circuit again goes Rubens Barrichello, side by side with Enzo Elias. Can you believe it? The two cars fighting for the championship title are now back out on circuit together when all's said and done, when all the delays are taken into account. And now it's going to be Enzo Elias versus Rubens Barrichello, and this is for the championship. And they are on the same lap. So this is absolutely down to the wire. It was looking perfectly good for Neugebauer and Barrichello to win this championship at a canter. And now in the closing stages, they've had something. Maybe it was a delamination from a tyre. But there's absolutely no denying how close this is and how irritating and frustrating this is going to be tonight. So the duel between these two will continue into the closing few laps of the season. They've both had their turn at the front. They both made errors in calculation and in strategy. They both had Lady Luck pay them a brief visit on the Saturday and then take the team back to the reality. Now, who's that running wide? That looks like Nelson Marcondes having a bit of an issue. It is indeed. He's got a puncture now. So let's see what happened. Down the back straight. Oh, that's gone in a very scary part of the course as well. On the run to the Subida dos Poches. So he was lucky to get the car turned in and stopped at all. And now he's going to be limping back to the pits for a replacement. Oh dear. Mr. Sebi hasn't cut any corners or anything to do that. And there goes the tyre. Just peels off the car, essentially. Disastrous. No way of bouncing back, no way of getting back into the fun again. As he limps back to the pit lane with the final few laps still to endure. Oh dear, that could actually end up being a retirement because there's a lot of inner working body parts in this case right off. So limping back to the pits on lap 105 out of 117, just 13 laps to go in the season. Very frustrating indeed that something were to strike at such a late part. So here they come again. And there is Yosimar Junior causing a little bit of a headache at the end of this race. Diving up to the inside line, that is the number 29, trying to have another crack at things. Thiago Camilo, hoping to move forward and find another bit of pace. And so the competitors are now in the home stretch, but this is Yosimar Junior about to lose out here, surely, to Thiago Camilo. Camilo commits, and up the inside line. Makes another position, gets it sorted. And now Yosimar Junior is going to be a target for the next overtaking move. It was always going to be a tricky one throughout, but now, very cheeky maneuver there to get the job done. As Yosimar Junior experiences how drivers can be so determined that they just go and stick their noses in where it's not wanted, late braking, and fight their way into everybody's heart. A very tough race, this battle. Now, it looks as though we're going to have another potential duel going on around it, because we've got the number 70 there. That is the car currently being driven by Rafael Suzuki, dueling away with, Yosimar Junior no longer, because Rafael Suzuki's long gone away from it. But there are several other opportunities open as the competitors run their way through and down the home stretch. Into lap 106, the drivers go. Very exciting stuff for all of the contenders. So let's see if Yosimar Junior has the goods here to hold on. It's not going to be very easy at all. Yosimar Junior really wants to hold this piece. Attila Abreu is all over the back of him. Attila Abreu hoping that he can continue marching forward and break into a stride here and get the overtaking maneuver. But they are in two separate teams, so don't expect team orders to be forthcoming. So the drivers cycle their way through these slower corners and then manage to find a little bit of breathing space. It's been such an incredible battle all through this season to see how these cars have been able to adapt to the situation, adapt to the changes around them, and work it all out. Good effort though from the teams and the drivers to put things together when the chips were down and the battles were tight. So it looks as though the race is going to go the way of Guillermo Salas and Alci Feldman in the Tag Heuer Porsche at the moment. Peludo and Hellmeister in second place, then Felipe Giafoni in front of Cesar Ramos. Racing wheel to wheel with Cesar Ramos, I should say. Then it is Suzuki, then it is Mauricio, then it is Attila Abreu and Yosimar Junior from Israel Salmen. Marco Bazzani, Tony Kanaan, Nelson Piquet Jr., then Marcos Gomez, and then it is Enzo Elias, 17th and 1 place ahead of their main championship rivals. If the two cars had not had the mechanical gremlins that took them out of their various sessions, oh boy, are we in for a bit of a shock. Across the line, 10 to go. 10 laps remaining for Guillermo Salas in front of the Interlagos crowd. It looks as though that could wow the fans even more with what they've got planned coming. 10 laps left of this absolutely intriguing endurance race. The thing with endurance races is you don't just go full guns blazing and wear out all your puff. You have to measure these things. You have to figure out when these notes are going to come in through a very tough transition period. So I just want to use the opportunity to continue to congratulate all of Motorsport TV, but particularly those who have decided to put their faith in my calling of the situation this year. Massive shout outs to so many people from behind the scenes as well. Very important to take into account the people that make these things tick over, to Enrique Cardoso, to Nelson Caldera, even to our own producer, Nicolas Ottolou. Good to see all the hard work that these guys have been putting in all the way through the season to enhance the coverage of the Porsche Endurance Series of Brazil and, of course, the Porsche Carrera Cup of Brazil. Great racing needs a great team to put on the show. And fortunately, we have been able to do that for quite some time now. So there is the race leader, Alsi Feldman, coming off the final turn and blasting down the home straight again. Alsi Feldman continuing his march. Having completed 108 laps, he is on lap 109 out of 117. He's barely got a few short minutes left, but look at that skyline. It's fading quickly. They've got to be careful in the closing stages. This could turn into a bit of a rain shower and then all bets are off. And certainly as far as the championship fight is concerned, that hiccup of a puncture or whatever it was for Rubens Barrichello, they have dropped to 14th place now, with Enzo Elias dropping to 13th position, just one place in front. So both cars are in difficulty here. Both cars are looking for a points opportunity that isn't here now on countback. If it were to end on a countback, it would be Muller and Elias that become champions. So it was all just going so beautifully well for Rubens Barrichello, but he's now got to try and catch and repass him. Whoever beats the other wins the championship. That was said right at the start of this fight. Absolutely extraordinary, though. So all of the contenders were given the chance to do something pretty spectacular with their Saturday afternoon. And this is going to be a victory of victories. The third different crew to take a race victory this year. Alsi Feldman and the very talented Guillermo Salas, who currently leads the way. Blue flags waving. Get these tail enders aside while I charge my way through to victory, says our pole sitter after a very different and so we come to the closing stages of this epic duel, this epic encounter, the 500 kilometers of Interlagos. So let's run you through the race order at this moment. There are just 32 cars running out of the 38 that started. We lost a lot of them in the opening 15 laps of the race. But Guillermo Salas is leading, sharing his Tag Heuer Porsche #1 with Alsi Feldman. And they are currently leading the race. They just did a fastest lap as well a couple of laps ago, 1:34.280. So they've clearly got a reasonably good car underneath them. Second place is Miguel Paludo. A good run so far for Miguel Paludo. You can see him in the background through most of the shots that we show you of Guillermo Salas. Miguel Paludo obviously sharing his car with Alan Helmeister. They were fast, but it just wasn't to be for any reason whatsoever. Then into Giafone. So as the drivers work their way through this NRS, is just 7 laps remaining here in the 500k. Behind Guillermo Salas, behind Miguel Paludo, we've got Felipe Giafone and Cesar Ramos going to battle. We've also got Suzuki versus Sales, so Rafael Suzuki and Lucas Sales hoping for a very good race of it. And still, the battle's not won yet. Alsa Feldman knows that just one slight error, one dropped position, it can lead to a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth. Do not want to go backwards down that road. More dramatically though, behind the top 10, we have two very wealthy, very successful players in this one as they find themselves all the way back. Check out the Triumph Through Adversity pages of Tooth was Dr. Ferry. Worth keeping in mind, that one. Definitely worth logging in the back of the mind. And so we keep an eye on the number 66 car. This is Sadek Leiter, showing his car, of course, with Fabio Carboni and Vito Mea. The drivers confirm the Stampede authority here, finishing off the season in style. There is the leader in the challenge competition, Leiter, Carbona and Mitra. It's not quite the hope they were hoping for. It certainly helps get a few extra things sorted. But look at this battle. This is the championship being played out between Rubens Barrichello and Enzo Elias. And Rubens Barrichello's got ahead again. Barrichello has got back through. But both these cars need to work their way further forward. And that's a spinner. That is the treble. Oh, there's cars going off the road. It's the treble 9 going off the road there. That was Soares. So Soares manages to get himself back into position again. But Rubens Barrichello being ahead of Enzo Elias. They were really hoping for a few more points than this. I think this could actually end up being the race that they drop the scores if things don't improve dramatically, or we get used in a phrase for the spawn. So now that Rubens Barrichello has got back in front of Enzo Elias, they could do with finding a few more points to add to their tally. It's very tight at the moment up at the top end of the dais. But crucially, at the halfway point, trying to figure out who had the lead at lap 57. I think of the two of them, it was Neugebauer and Barrichello that were just a little way in front of them. It's going to be confirmed in the next 5 laps anyway. But with Rubens Barrichello now running in 13th place and Enzo Elias running in 14th place, the number 8 Merta car is now the one that is of most interest because they've got it all to lose now. Boy, oh boy, is this going to be a dramatic end to the season with the 2 championship contenders outside the top 10, hoping they're going to score some semblance of points. And how is this title going to play out? Because, of course, the lowest score you have over the season drops you out. Absolutely phenomenal how this race has played out. So many twists and turns, so many peaks and troughs. But now we are about to see a new champion crowned. Alsi Feldman and Guillermo Salas currently looking good to get the job done in Carrera. They lead the race, of course. But Guillermo Salas, having taken the lead back after the last pit stop run, managing to get ahead on merit of Miguel Paludo and then start to pull clear. Felipe Giafoni looking in 3rd position, and then Ricardo Mauricio and Rafael Suzuki bringing their cars home in the top 5. Then Attila Abreu, Yosemar Junior, Tony Kanaan, Israel Salmen, and then Marco Pisani. Four laps to go in the season. It's all been going very swimmingly indeed for Alsi Feldman and Guillermo Salas in the number 1 Tag Heuer Porsche. Look at the gap they've been able to pull on Paludo in the Brandt Porsche. His season is basically a case study of what might have been in the endurance category. I'm sure we can find just as many exciting things to do with it as you and the race crew have over the years. Over the hairpin positions, back on the power again, sweeping around to the left, and when they come across the line this time by, there's only going to be 3 laps left of the 500 kilometers of Interlagos. It's been a tough one, it's been a long one, but it looks as though it's going to be down to the wire in terms of the championship fight. And although there is a victory in the offing for our young friend with a sharp end, look at Alistair Feldman, who is watching along with his son, Alistair Feldman Nito. They obviously had their problems earlier on in the race. Gabriel Casagrande is still circulating in one of the spare cars, but they're down in 17th position. No real changes necessary. No major concerns for alarm. Just get the job done. 3 to go. 3 to go. Drive car over finish line, then go ape. Carlos Campos and Tony Kanaan currently leading in the sport category. Great to see the Indy 500 winner in for the bet for another victory again. Good to see how excitable and how tight the racing battle has been all season in this category. You find it very difficult to forget all of the drama that we've had over the course of this season, the battles for supremacy at Estoril, when Rubens Barrichello pulled out the stops and pulled out all his might to go for a fabulous victory in the closing stages at Estoril, taking so with ease and then only managing to win the race by about half a second in the closing rankings as they came across the line. That was a truly, truly special race. Then last time out at Temas de Rio Hondo, Alan Hellmeister could well have taken the team to a victory there. We just don't know, because in that first stint at Argentina, the tyre got punctured, and then obviously from there on in, it was game over, back to the pits. No chance of recovering the times back into position. This weekend, it needed to be something spectacular for a championship showdown, ultimately. 2 laps to go in the season, and it's worth a little bit of reflection, a little bit of circumspection. But a victory nonetheless is a victory nonetheless. And the drivers pointed out that it was always going to be a very tough and physical, demanding sport, truck racing, especially if you want to win at it. You really have to work hard to do it. It's really fascinating to see what happens when these guys go through Eau Rouge. And we are watching and witnessing a 3rd different race winner from the 3 races so far this year. At Estoril, it was Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello that did the business when they needed to. At Argentina, it was Marcel Müller and his teammate Enzo Elias. Now, we're going to need to wait for official confirmation of who's won the championship. But it's all come down to the points that are dropped, because the drivers will drop their lowest scores. They'll all have the mathematical permutations, with Barrichello down in 13th and Marcel Müller down in 14th position. I'm actually not entirely sure now. It all depends on the points that were awarded at the first half, because that could be the difference. Is it going to be a pole position once again then into the 2025 campaign? Here we go, Ultima Volta. And for Guillermo Salas, the championship is not on his mind, because he doesn't know anything about the championship. He's not in the fight to win the crown. But boy, when he is ready to make a race come his way, he is fearless. He'll roll his sleeves up. Alistair Feldman on the right in the green overalls. In the middle, the red and yellow fiery overalls is Alistair Feldman Nito, the son of Alistair Feldman in the Tag Heuer Porsche. I've always really felt this year that with a team as strong-witted and as strong-willed as the Arrows team, to go all but one of their races, official Grand Prix F1 races, it is very difficult not to like someone like you. who once pointed out that. And so now we wait to see if there's going to be any pickup from the championship contenders. Rubens Barrichello having worked his way to 13th on Enzo Elias. He could do with gaining 1 or 2 more positions to really cement this championship fight, but it's not going to be one that easy. Well, not that it has been easy. Both the championship contenders have dropped out of the top 10, and so the race battle has been left to everybody else to jazz up. But this is where the victory is going to come. It's been a magnificent race battle for Alcy Feldman and for Guillermo Salas, and they will come through for the victory. The 3rd different crew to win in 2024. It's a win for the Tag Heuer Porsche. Alcy Feldman and Guillermo Salas take the victory in the 500 kilometers of Interlagos in 2024. Alcy Feldman is a winner. Guillermo Salas is a winner. And that is what it means to him. How special is it to have his son in his arms while they take that victory? Excellent. 2nd position for Miguel Beludo and Alan Helmeister. 13th place confirmed, a lap down for Rubens Barrichello. 14th confirmed for Enzo Elias, a lap down. 3rd position for Felipe Giafoni and Cesar Ramos. And that is the end of a brutal race, and it really has been brutal. A tough race all the way to the finish line. But Rubens Barrichello is cruising in fine. Guillermo Salas and Alcy Feldman become the 3rd different crew to take a victory in the Porsche Endurance Series of Brazil. A joyous occasion, a fabulous victory. 3 different crews taking the victory over the course of the season. It was Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello at Estoril. Last time out at Thomas de Rio Hondo, it was Marcel Muller and Enzo Elias to tie the season. They came here with dead even number of points. And now today, the victor goes the way of Alcy Feldman and Guillermo Salas. Listen to the revving of the engine as into the pits comes Guillermo Salas. What a joyous victory. Onto the top of the roof, climbs Alcy Feldman. This is going to be one heck of a party tonight, as Guillermo Salas climbs the roof of the Tag Heuer Porsche, and they are the winners of the 500 kilometers of Interlagos. Absolutely phenomenal display. What a fantastic achievement. Absolutely fantastic. Now we have to go to the championship, because the winners in the first segment were Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello. And as a result of that, they may have finished outside the top 10. But Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello are confirmed as the Porsche Endurance Series Brazil Carrera Cup champions. What an exciting end to the season. It was not the easiest race to win, and in fact, both he and Enzo Elias hit trouble in the closing stages. But what an exciting end to an unbelievable season. One of the toughest races, one of the most brutal in the Porsche Endurance Series of Brazil. But the victors climb the roofs, and the champions will come forward. The winners of the championship Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello. And there is Rubens with his son, Dudu, to celebrate in style with his family and with his nephew, Fifu, there as well. Unfortunate for Fifu and Dudu Barrichello, they only completed 6 laps of racing as their car came off in an accident earlier on in the race with Peter Fetter. But for Rubens Barrichello, still an absolutely incredible display and a great performance. Absolutely amazing. And what a sensational turnaround. They started 8th on the grid, Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello, with Marcel Muller and Enzo Elias in pole position. It looked like the championship was lost. But what a way to fight back. Look through the highlights and you'll see that right the way from the start, Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello were not going to be denied the championship if they had even a whisker of an opportunity to change their destiny and to adjust and realign their fates. Absolutely magnificent racing all the way through. From the first lap to the last, the 500 kilometers of Interlagos have been truly sensational. We had some great battles, we had some chaos, we had some drama, we had 5 safety cars in the first 30 laps. I genuinely thought it was going to be one of those races where it was just going to be nothing but chaos. But eventually the race started to settle down into a true rhythm of the flow of the cars. And there is Werner Neugebauer in the early stages, just trying to assert himself, put himself into the good positions around the competitors and make that the goal, my target, not necessarily in the difficulties that were to come. But the crucial part of the race then, the moment when the championship was really decided, was for Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello at the first segment. They were in the lead. They managed to get maximum points from the first segment. And with more points on offer in this first segment than in the previous 2 rounds, that's where they were able to gain a lot of advantage. And so they were able to secure their destiny with the remainder of the race battles ahead. So it's a very fitting moment that since he retired from the world of Formula One racing as a driver, Rubens Barrichello, the man who never really got the chance to showcase what he could do permanently in Formula One. He was always a number 2 in most of his teams, and even at Brawn, it was Button that took the initiative. Jenson Button becoming world champion on this very circuit when Rubens Barrichello let it all slip. When he was in Formula One, he never really got the chance to showcase his skill at Interlagos. But here, in front of his beloved crowd, it's an amazing chance that he has been able to take. Every restart that we saw was very exciting, very close-knit. But it's really fitting that for Rubens Barrichello in particular, a man who every time he came to Interlagos in Formula One, something went wrong. Something always came apart. Whether he collided with somebody, whether there was an engine issue, a hydraulic problem, an electronics defect, a fuel pump pressure failure, everything that could have happened to Rubens Barrichello over his Formula One career happened to him at Interlagos. He never got his beautiful day of celebrating. Well, how fitting it is that the already 2-time Stock Car Pro Series champion, who's had great days at Interlagos and celebrated in fine style, now he gets to clinch the Porsche Endurance Series of Brazil title with his teammate Werner Neugebauer at Interlagos. Excellent to see how the racing has evolved over these just a whisker under 4 hours it took for them all to cross the line. Absolutely astonishing. 3 hours, 59 minutes and 29 seconds. The race finally completed with all competitors crossing the line that did so. Victory for Alcy Feldman and Guillermo Salas, Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister in second place, Felipe Giafone and Cesar Ramos in third place. From Pedro Boisel and Ricardo Mauricio, with Lucas Salas and Rafael Suzuki in fifth position. And it'll be those 5 crews that make their way to the first podium, which will be for the overall rankings. We're going to get 6 podium ceremonies in front of us now. And there's going to be a party on every one of them, but the biggest cheer is going to go up for Rubens Barrichello and Werner Neugebauer. Incredibly, would you believe it, they're not going to finish on either podium. So their party and their celebration is going to be off the podium ceremony, because they will actually be 13th overall and 6th in the pro category. But crucially, they finished ahead of Enzo Elias and Marcel Müller, who also struggled. They had a puncture. Something happened to Rubens Barrichello before he had his pit stop, a splash and dash that saw him drop down the field. But as the light fades here at Sao Paulo, we're going to get the celebrations underway then to conclude this fantastic season. Alcy Feldman and Guillermo Salas are the winners in Carrera. Carlos Campos and Tony Kanaan, the former Indy 500 winner, the victors in the sport category. And Leonardo Sanchez and Attila Abreu taking the victory in rookie. In the challenge category, Alcy Feldman Nito and Gabriel Casagrande winning all 3 classes in challenge, sport and rookie. Absolutely fantastic charge back through the field for Gabriel Casagrande, getting the job done at the very last moment. There is the full result. Feldman and Salas from Paludo and Hellmeister, Giafoni and Ramos from Bozell and Mauricio, Salas and Suzuki. Then the winning rookie category drivers, Sanchez and Abreu. The winning sport drivers, Campos and Kanaan, ahead of their rivals, Yosemar Junior and Sergio Romayo in the Senna car. Brazil, Salmon and Martins, and then Zimkovic and Nelson Piquet Jr. to round up the top 10. The first car to be lapped. 11th for Malucelli, Gomez and Negrão, and then Pisani and Guerra. And then the new champions, Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello. They'll be off the podium, but they will be the champions. Marcel Müller and Enzo Elias just behind them. Then Campos, Costa and Vavacqua, Melo, Camilo and Chavez from Alcy Feldman Nito and Gabriel Casagrande, 17th, and the winner of all 3 categories in challenge. An absolutely brutal race, so many great battles throughout, and a race that ended up having some fairly major retirements as well. Souza and Bonifacio, the Barrichellos twins, Vetter and Nunez, Osman and Souza, Cifali, Guedes and Aguar, and then Montero, Alcaraz and Martio, all of them retiring before lap 20. So the 5 crews make their way to the podium after a very tough race battle in the 500 kilometers of Interlagos, the 3rd and final weekend in the Endurance Challenge of Brazil, hosted by C6 Bank for Porsche. So the 5 crews on the podium, because you get 5 podium positions in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Brazil and the Porsche Endurance Challenge of Brazil, rather than just 3. So 5th position, the trophy is going the way of Lucas Salas and Rafael Suzuki in 5th position. Great to see them fighting all the way through. A podium could have been theirs at one stage of the race until they finally slipped away. So there are Salas and Suzuki. 4th position going the way of Ricardo Mauricio and Pedro Boisel. Great result for those 2. Really worked hard for it too. But Felipe Giafoni and Cesar Ramos, 3rd position, a very justifiable position. 2nd place for Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister. That more than makes up for the puncture at Temas de Rio Hondo. But what a victory for Alcy Feldman and Guillermo Salas. The Tag Heuer Porsche, victorious at Interlagos after 500 kilometers of no-holds-barred racing. Excellent, excellent. And so the boys from Brazil get busy with the fizzy at Interlagos. A great end to the season for them. A truly inspiring end to the season. And great to see Alcy Feldman and Guillermo Salas come through for the victory after what was a very tough race. It was never easy to know who was going to get that race. It turned out to be a survival of the fittest battle in the end. Which team could go on the longest and could make it last and make their car go further than the others. An excellent display. Tough luck for Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister. They came so close to the win themselves. As of course did Salas and Suzuki. They had their opportunities too. So many crews had a shot at the victory on this occasion. And of course, what might have been for Neugebauer and Barrichello, they could easily have won this one. And then, of course, so too could Marcel Müller and Enzo Elias. But the difficulties with punctures came their way. Several teams picking up a puncture in a very tough race of attrition. But it's wonderful to see who has come through and picked up a successful race victory. But the championship has gone the way of Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello. What an exciting result for them and a truly sensational end to the season, with Rubens Barrichello taking his championship title in the Porsche Endurance Series of Brazil on the circuit that always robbed him and denied him of glory as a Formula One driver. It's wonderful to put that jinx to sleep at last and to lift a championship title with a fabulous result. He has done enough over the course of this season to lift the Porsche Endurance Series championship title. Very impressive indeed. 5 more crews to the podium. This time it'll be in the Carrera Sport category. And it'll be great to see those particular competitors make their way forward. 5 different crews will come forward for that. 5th position will go the way of Francisco Horta and William Frere after the difficulties they had over the course of this week. It'll be nice for them to lift some trophies. Gianluca Pedikov, Luis Razia and Nelson Marconde having a tough race, but 4th position in the category. And then Nelson Piquet Jr. and Roman Simkovic, 3rd in the category. Oh, sorry, we've gone straight over to the challenge podium. I do apologize. So we've gone straight over to the challenge podium. So 5th position, that looks to me like the combination of... I'm trying to decipher who we have got in the positions there. I think that looks like Xavier Filio and Landi in 5th place. Roque and Batista in 4th position. And then we have Leonardo Herman and Vitor Batista, 3rd position. Excellent performance from them. They come through after a sensational battle. 2nd place for Fabio Carboni, Vito Mera and Sadak Leiter. 2nd position for the 66 crew. But on the top spot, it's a glorious, glorious day for Alci Feldman and Alci Feldman Nito, who takes the victory in the challenge category, along with Gabriel Casagrande. Can the latter turn this endurance victory into the Stock Car Pro Series title? Well, there's 2 weekends left of that crown, and the next of those will be 2 weeks' time at the Autodromo Internacional Ayrton Senna in Goiânia, before they come back for the finals here at Interlagos in December. So a glorious end then to the Porsche Endurance Challenge of Brazil in 2024. He may not have been able to come through to take the victory on the dais, but the championship goes the way of Rubens Barrichello with Werner Neugebauer. A brilliant end to a brilliant season. And that wraps up our coverage of the fantastic season. It's been wonderful to be with you and have your company here on Motorsport TV through the course of the season. The Porsche Carrera Cup and the Porsche Endurance Challenge really has been fantastic in 2024. We've enjoyed every single second of it. We've seen 3 different crews take victories. At Estoril, Neugebauer and Barrichello. At Thomas de Rio Hondo, it was Marcel Müller and Enzo Elias. And here at Interlagos, it's Alci Feldman and the brilliant performance by Guillermo Salas. But the champions, Werner Neugebauer and Rubens Barrichello, who finally puts his Interlagos jinx to bed to become champion. We cannot wait to see if he comes back, along with all the others, to defend the crown in 2025. Thank you so much for being with us. From myself, Jake Stanson, from my producer, Nicholas Otterloo, and from everybody behind the scenes at Porsche Carrera Cup and Porsche Endurance Series Brazil, we are so grateful for your patronage, and we can't wait to see you back on the channel again in 2025. From all of us here, obrigado, and thank you very much indeed. See you in 2025.
Levantem todos os troféus para a foto oficial. Dê sorte lá aí na pace lá, Carlos. Deixa eu ver o esporte agora. última, Neto! Levantem todos os troféus para a foto oficial. Continua no som, o dinheiro continua. Isso, vamos de lá. Banho de champanhe. Quinta posição, Iago Garcia, Thiago Gonçalves e Miguel